Hello. Hopefully the mic is working as it should. Nope. Hey Leon. Thank you. Yeah, I had a nice week. I've been very focused on making guides actually, because I want to make sure that there's videos for you guys when summer holiday starts coming around. So it's been a little bit hefty with the amount of time I've spent on recording and preparing and things like that compared to maybe other weeks. And you can see hello, Skull Wolf. He's actually one of my free company members that has decided to show up here as well. How about you, Leon? Did you have a nice week? Oh. Oh, that's great. It's good that you can get some respite from a hard week during the weekend, definitely. Right. So, just to elaborate on what I've planned today, in a little bit, maybe like 5 to 10 minutes, so that anyone that is interested has an opportunity to come in. I'll be making a little vote, and then you choose what job on that list you would like, and then I'll be trying to do some Palace of the Dead with that job specifically. And well, there's going to be 5 options, and then we see how far we get. Maybe we'll not finish the run tonight or today, but we'll see how far we're going to get. And I'll be doing it as a solo Palace of the Dead run, just because that kind of makes it more interesting. I've not actually beaten a Palace of the Dead run to the full 200 floors before, but I've gotten far, so I do feel well equipped to get far. I've just never really taken the time to like push really far on a single run. Oh, that's awesome. So, have you tried Palace of the Dead yourself, Leon? Or is it more like you just hear the stories? Thank you. Well, you never know with Palace of the Dead. There was this one time when I went with a good friend and we wiped out on like floor 12 or 13 because we thought that the slime wasn't dangerous until it exploded. Yeah. Personally, I think Palace of the Dead can be good for leveling if you're having trouble finding groups for things. But I feel like if you want to learn how to play your job in a setting that is not Palace of the Dead, then you'll feel like you're not really learning much in Palace of the Dead. Maybe on the bosses at the end of each set, there's a boss fight where the, you know, it lasts long enough that there's a chance you can start on a rotation. Thank you, Sip. Yeah. If you're in your game yourself, that tell noise was my stream, not yours. Right. So, have you ever like tried to climb some of Palace of the Dead, Leon, or has it just been like the 51 to 60 floor thing for the XP? Hmm. Yeah, hopefully you'll learn something from me, and I'm not just going to be floundering on the first 10 floors. I have plans on looking into making a Palace of the Dead like guide to get people started, because you never know, maybe people have a hard time knowing where to start and what to look out for. And I've just now discovered that I cannot make a vote with more than 4 options, so I'll have to be a little I'll have to cut one. Let's see here. If I can actually spell what I have in mind. And view. And then we figure out whether I know how to make a vote. And well, if you don't vote, then I'll guess I'll have to choose myself. So I hope you will. I think personally that all 4 jobs can do it. The 5th job that I would have put on was Machinist, but as far as I've learned, Machinist is supposed to be the strongest job in Palace of the Dead, so I think it would be more fun to try something that is harder, regardless of whether I'm capable of doing it or not. I know that I would say that both Paladin and Sage are like super safe, with Paladin having stuns and interrupts and everything you need, and even a heal, and Sage just being able to heal themselves a lot. Reaper has like really front-loaded damage and not that much that they need to worry about. And the reason why Summoner might be good is mainly because of its mobility compared to the other mages. And as Mackerel here mentions, Black Mage is not recommended. I have heard about how someone at this point a long time ago beat Palace of the Dead solo with Black Mage, and well, if you've watched my Black Mage guides, you would know that Scathe is potentially the most useless spell in the entire Black Mage arsenal. But for this particular content, Palace of the Dead and potentially also Heaven on High, Scathe is one of the best spells because it's all you have when you have to run a lot. Which is kind of funny when you think about it. So I'll just wait a little bit longer with ending the vote. An interesting question might be, given the patch that came Tuesday, have any of you used the data center travel, or has it not worked for you because of the popularity? Personally, I haven't gotten to try the data center travel, but I don't really know that many players outside of my data center anyway, so I wouldn't know a reason to travel to a different one. One reason that I heard some people mention was hopping to the data center where some streamer that you like might be on. Some of the more well-known streamers probably caused a lot of travel to their data centers specifically. That I imagine that might be the case, at least. I'm taking from the no response that no one had any traveling extravagances for using the data center travel. In that case, I think we're just gonna go whether Warrior would clean house in Palace of the Dead. Well, the reason why Warrior is really strong in dungeons is because of raw intuition, and it scales with the number of targets. And because it scales with the number of targets, maybe on the first few floors where you don't have raw intuition, it would be really good. But when you're playing solo in Palace of the Dead, by the time you get to the point where the jobs start significantly differing in their potential, like where Machinist starts pulling ahead and where Black Mage really starts to show its weakness, that's the point where you don't want to pull more than one enemy at a time, And because you don't want to pull more than one enemy at a time, Raw Intuition, if you use it perfectly, is going to be like 1200 healing potency, which is, that's pretty good. On a 25-second cooldown, that's pretty good. You know, you also have Equilibrium, so that's 2 of those. The main reason why I think Paladin might be better is mostly because Clemency's 1000 potency is more readily available, I think. Not sure, not perfectly clear on whether that makes Paladin better or Warrior better, but that's why I think Paladin might be better, because its healing does not scale with the number of targets. But yeah, the reason Warrior is really strong in certain content is related to like area of effect things. So the fact that Palace of the Dead is very single target, you might not get as much value out of the Warrior as you would expect. Well, I'm gonna give it like 2 more minutes on the on the vote. So that would be when the server time up here says 43. And then we'll go. And so far I can see that Summoner is probably going to be what we're going to be playing. The benefit for Summoner is both in its mobility and in its shielding. So simply having a readily available shield can be very helpful. And because of the level range that Palace of the Dead happens to be in, I have a lot of potions that can compensate for the lack of self-healing on a job like Summoner, because Physic is excellent, as we all know. That is definitely going to be the biggest weakness of doing Summoner in Palace of the Dead, is the strong lack of useful utility buttons. So I'll start making my way there now. Let's see. There it is, 43. So we'll be playing Summoner. And an extra thing, a little tip, for playing any caster in Palace of the Dead is use echo drops. This makes you able to completely ignore the silence traps. Well, what's gonna happen is you can avoid a lot of traps by thinking about where you're going. You're not gonna avoid all of them. And if you land on a silence trap, melee jobs are going to have a lot of problems, because you can't remove pacification, so you just can't use your weapon skills. But casters, they can remove silence, so you can always use your spells, as long as you don't step in 2 silence traps within like a minute. So the things that I'll be loading up here are, I have my echo drops, and I have some potions. And just to get us started, I'll start from floor 1. An important thing that sometimes can be difficult to find out, I had to look a bit into it myself. You don't have to start from floor 1 to reach floor 200. You just have to start with a fixed group. And that means not a matched group, so you can't do it with randoms. You can't go past floor 100 with randoms. You have to go with a fixed group. And then the reason why you never see like floor 51 to 200 runs on the leaderboards is because the first 50 floors also add to your score. So if all of the leaderboard is filled with people that started from floor 1, then you will not be able to beat their scores if you start from floor 51. But let's see how far we can get today. So, little prompt here if you're uncertain if you're doing the right thing when you're going to do solo Palace of the Dead. The NPC will specifically call out that you're going alone. And then you also get this prompt. So, if you were going to do matched and you accidentally click the fixed one, you also get this. And we start from floor 1. And here we go. It's not going to be very fast. The many first floors, you don't have to use much of your toolkit. Like, you don't have many spells. I don't even have my pet. And we're just going to be collecting chests to get these pomanders over here. And for the many first floors, there's no reason to use anything. You don't have to use anything. So you're just gonna grab as many things as you can to prepare for the higher floors where it's gonna be more difficult. Another thing to consider is that these silver chests will either upgrade your Aether Pool arms, which is not super helpful if your Aether Pool arms and armor are already maxed out. But if they don't do that, they'll explode instead. So if your weapon and armor is already maxed out, don't touch the silver chests. Just don't touch them. It'll save you some problems. And the reason why I'm sticking very closely to the edge of the rooms as I explore them is because traps are much more likely to spawn closer to the center of the room. In fact, a large portion of the edge of the room tends to be completely safe. It's not perfect, but it's decent. So we go to the next floor, and so far we have a little bit of visibility pomanders and a steel pomander. That's gonna be saved for later. Definitely saved for later. And more treasure over here. Typically, there's no traps in the floor you land in when you enter a new floor. So, we go on to this part. When do I actually get any useful spells? 6, right, 6. So, the key is, as you might know, the room where the exit is. So, we want to make sure we beat enough enemies that we can move on to the next floor. And at the same time, in the first 50 floors, it can be helpful to fight as many enemies as possible if you have the time to be able to get ahead in level. That'll make it easier when you get to boss fights, for instance. It's not exactly the most exciting combat for these first many levels. Also, just gonna say the tagged comment or pinned comment I put that you're welcome to ask questions throughout the stream still applies. You don't have to ask things about Palace of the Dead. You can ask about anything if you want. And I'll try my best to answer. Oh, a gold chest. Oh, and there's the silence trap. So, we have an echo drop. Right now there's no enemies, so I wouldn't have to do it. But if I use this, I can use all of my spells and abilities again. So that's why it's so important. You can buy echo drops from your Grand Company for Grand Company seals. So, if you have unlocked, I can't remember if it's the 2nd or 3rd tier. It might even be the 1st. But they're not that expensive. So if you have some excess company seals, you can use them for that. Assuming you don't plan on using all of them on rolling for random minions. And here we go this way. Now we have actually 2 paths, so we might not find the exit first thing around. Not that it matters that much. But as you saw, when I decided to not go in a curved path through the room, I met the one trap on the floor, it appeared. So normally, if you're on like a higher floor and you don't need the experience, I would definitely recommend just exiting right now. And there's another trap. Oh, and we have a Pomander. We actually have enough Pomanders of Sight that I can use an excess one. So we can actually see there's nothing important in the room on the other end. So instead, I'll just leave. So, as I talked about earlier, in the first many floors, when you're below max level, you should definitely clear as many of the enemies as you can, so you don't fall behind. One way to make sure you don't have to clear a room twice is by not going to the exit room first. Just check out every other room before you go to the exit, so you can unlock the exit before you go. Otherwise, you can risk having enemies respawn in the exit room, and then you have to clear it twice. Whether that's good or bad, it's a bit hard to say, because if you want to fight the enemies, then it's not a bad thing. On the other hand, it's a way to balance how much of everything that you fight. Another helpful thing is that this is something that you might not even realize for the first many floors. This Cairn of Return is usable to resurrect your party members. So if you are on a really high floor and someone on your team is dead, but you can't resurrect them, you don't, like maybe it's your healer that is dead and you don't have a Phoenix down, then you can unlock the Cairn of Return and use that to bring them back. The problematic part is that you need to clear a certain amount of the floor for the Cairn of Return to activate. This is not a complicated rotation. Can't even use my ether charge because the enemies are wiped out too quickly. So I hope to at least reach like floor 50, maybe more. Oh, like before we end the stream. But we'll see what happens. It can get very time consuming. And a patrol. So I'm wondering how much of the rotation we'll actually have by the time we reach the boss. I think like we might have Emerald Kabongo by then. So another tip right now as I'm picking it up, the Pomander of Intuition can give you some extra loot because it marks some special treasure on the floors it's there. But the treasure on the last 50 floors out of the 200 is much better than all the first 150. So you should prefer to save as many of those intuition as you can, meaning 3, and then keep using them as you get them once you reach this 150. Before 150, you can just use them when you have 3 to make sure you don't waste one. And level 12. Didn't really get anything. Can't resurrect myself. Right. Is my... I hope my stream is still working. It got very quiet. Let's see. Oh, blinded. That's not really gonna change much. For the most part, we're not gonna miss. Well, as long as it's that is the ultimate jinx. I say that the blind won't cause me to miss, and I miss. Oh, okay, Leon. That's alright. And another trap. I have this tendency to get the traps the moment that I stop thinking about it. So hopefully that's not what's gonna wipe us out in this run. Okay, that's really what I'm most worried about, Rubel. That as long as you guys are having fun, then that's all I can ask for. And yes, Leon, that's true. And Sip gave me a little tip from the free company chat. You can't see it because for privacy reasons, both for my free company who doesn't need to worry about me streaming, and for strangers when I'm not in solo content, I block out my chat. Sip said the reason I'm getting hit by the traps is because I'm not hogging the walls closely enough, and that's true. That's true. I just forget it the instant that I'm not thinking about it. It's probably like the classic streamer brain. You're really good right up until you're entertaining people while you're playing. And Leon, you're doing dailies and party finder stuff. Yeah, that's also an option. I had considered doing like Alliance Raid or some other things on stream instead, but I think Palace of the Dead would be the more entertaining thing. Also because that's something that I think a lot of people choose to skip because it's especially solo can be very lonely, or it can be very, very time consuming. So I thought that was the best option. That's okay. It's mostly yeah, it's good, Leon. It was more that last stream there were a lot more comments, but that was of course actual questions that were just to like keep the conversation going, while here it's totally fine. And you don't have to respond to every message that I say. It's more that as long as I know that you guys are enjoying the stream, then that's what matters, as I said. Oh yeah, another little tip, and now there isn't one. The hornets on these floors are are some of the most dangerous enemies here. I can't remember if they can one-shot you, but if you've ever done the Sunken Temple of Khan, the final sting that they have is brutal. And these are almost the same, like almost exactly the same enemies. So you might just get wiped out immediately if you think that you can fight a hornet and like 2 other things, which maybe like if we were going with Paladin we might have done that, I could definitely see myself pulling multiple enemies if we were going with Paladin, at least on these first few floors. And we have a... Oh, there they are! And... and we're 2 floors from the boss, so... we might... maybe get Emerald Kabongla. I'm not so sure now. Not so sure how many levels we're gonna get per floor. But the general aim of these many first 50 or so floors is going to be grabbing as many Pomanders as we can. What I would what I would prefer to see by the time the floors start getting difficult is that this entire menu of items is full. Like, we don't need to go out seeking Pomanders and chests, because we have everything we need for a long time. And oh, the exit is there. Now we have to go seek out enemies in the other rooms, and the other room is in exactly the other end of the entire floor. So that's really great. That's just great. And it's the last room too. And now we have the exit. We're 1 enemy away. And now we do get the walk of shame back to the exit. So level 19, and I mean, Maim is gonna be nice. 20. And there it is. There are the enemies that we needed to fight. So oh, there's a chest. Another chest. And we have 5 completely maxed out Pomanders. That's a really good start. Despite all of the silver chests that we found. I should also mention that if you haven't done a lot of Palace of the Dead yet, and you think about starting, we can use a Pomander. We found number 4 of the strength Pomanders. So this floor is gonna go real fast. But if you want to start on Palace of the Dead and you haven't done much of it yet, you might find it impossible or really hard if you're completely new. The Aetherpool arms and armor is so important. So important. I'm mainly saying this because you can get inspired and then suddenly it feels like the game works different as soon as you open as soon as you go into Palace of the Dead. So just to say it, you don't get the wrong idea. And we have another strength, so we're gonna keep that. Just leave that. What is this? So we have 5 Pomanders of strength now. And I can't bring 2 of them. So yeah. That's what I get for saving all of them. I think we got a Pomander of strength on the very first floor. We could have used that. And that's the disadvantage in sitting on all of the Pomanders as you get them. And now we are on 3 intuition. So that can also bring about another little tip. You might not want to use a Pomander of intuition on floor 9. Like that might not be a good idea, because then either the hidden treasure is on floor 9, or you wasted it. It's not like it's a huge deal because it's just a Pomander that you're not using. If you had 3 already and you found number 4, then it's just you're not getting the treasure. But if you're using number 3, you're entering the next set with only 2. So that's something to keep in mind. if you're really high up in the floors and you're spending them as you get them. Save them when you're starting to reach the end of a set, because the buff will not carry over. And speaking of carryover, if you have done Palace of the Dead, but haven't done it in a... Oh, that actually brings us up. We have intuition number 4, so let's see. It's not on this floor, so that was a loss, but it doesn't really matter because we couldn't have brought it with us anyway. So now we just need to get to the exit, which is in the other end of the entire floor again. And then we're getting to the boss, and it looks like we might not get Emerald Carbuncle for the fight. Unless this is the level up. Are you gonna be the level up, Yasin? Are you? Nope, you're not gonna be a treasure chest. So, if I was just playing on my own, completely alone, I would sometimes stay on floor 9 and just wait for enemies to respawn to like grind levels to be even further ahead. But that's highly unnecessary. You don't have to do that. I'm pretty sure we're gonna be fine. I'm gonna use a Poment of Steel just to really underline how fine we're going to be. And we already have strength. So, here we go. Death Gaze. And can't even remember what is it he does. As a... Oh, that's the one. I might have been able to just eat that. Oh. It's just telegraphed mechanics. That's no big deal. Oh, that was a little close. I wonder if that would actually hurt a lot. And that's unavoidable, but telegraphed nonetheless. That was the first 10. So, here's another little tip. You don't have to run to the exit portal. You don't have to run to the exit portal. You can just leave through the menu, which has a default keybind of U, just the same as the duty finder. And that was the first 10. So we just keep going. If you haven't tried doing fixed party Palace of the Dead before, you'll find that in fixed party, all of the Pomanders you picked up are carried over. Every single one. And because my health levels are getting a little higher, we switch to the high potion instead of the regular potion. They scale a little higher. Whoops. How much does my physic heal? Oh, that's pretty good. That's decent. Can work with that. 200. That's not half bad. And we just continue through, and the aim is still get as many treasures as possible, and fight as many enemies as possible without wasting too much time. When we start to really have a lot of Pomanders, we might start to have like a lot of treasures where we just go up to it and already have 3. That's when it starts to be a little annoying, but it's necessary to play it safe like that. They call me the Minesweeper. I think I got all of the traps on the floor, guys. I think I got it. That is definitely the one thing that I'll need to practice as we go higher floors. Most of the traps that I've hit have been minor, not really any massive danger, but when we get to some of the higher floors, the traps that spawn enemies are going to be really terrible. Like that can be a run ender, just like that. So that is not what we want to see as we get higher. And oh, that's exactly the same damage. Right. The classic low-level Arcanist, where you use your runes just because. Oh, maybe that'll just kill. Oh, great. More treasures. Witching. Those are really good to have. We're gonna need those. We're really gonna need those. Speaking of those traps that spawn enemies around us. That's the safest way to beat them. But there's no reason to use a Witching Pomander and seek out danger. It's better to just keep them for when it... And that is why we bring Echo Drops. It's way more annoying when you're playing melee, because then you just have to wait. You can't do anything. I spent some time earlier looking into it, actually. There is no pacification potion. For some reason, there is no pacification potion, and I'm not sure why. Thank you. Thank you, Skullwolf. I have a feeling that it might, like, right now you can see that I almost have to go out of my way to use my abilities because the enemies are beaten too fast. But as we get to like 40s, 50s, it might get to the point where we I have to start thinking about what I'm doing. Let's see how many traps we can find on this floor where we have the site. Oh, Mimic. That's bad. It takes a really, really long time. I was really worried it was gonna cast something. It's not so much the circle AoE the Mimics can use. They have a debuff that makes you take damage for 10 minutes. And there's you can only remove it with the specific Pomander for it, and we don't have any of those yet. So it could be either like a run ender right then and there, or I'll have to survive by being like making use of the now discovered to be really good physic. Since it heals for at least 25% health, it might be feasible to make it to a point where we have the cure. So that also leads us to what the different treasures can be. I did mention earlier that the silver chests can explode on you. The gold chests and bronze chests can't explode on you. The bronze chests are only good, in fact. It's only good things. Just varying levels of good. So far we've gotten, I think, 2 Phoenix Downs, which is not useful. But it can be pot shirts, which are used to buy like special rewards outside. For instance, you can buy these sustaining potions, which are super strong for soloing. Hey Ralo, how are you? Oh, and here are the palace slimes. If you're doing Palace of the Dead with like yourself, with a friend, or with multiple friends, don't underestimate the slimes. Don't. If you give them a good 30 seconds, maybe a minute, then they'll happily end your run. Very happily. So don't underestimate them. But yeah, the bronze chests, they can have potions. They can have a few. Like they can have the Phoenix down. They can also have the pot shirts, and that's mainly the reason why you go out of your way to grab them. The silver chests are only Aether Pool arms upgrades and bombs. They can also explode. Fortunately, the explosions also hurt the enemies, but I don't recommend using them as engineering firearms, even if you're playing Machinist. Oh, this Serenity can be helpful. It's just auto heal penalty is not that big of a deal. Oh, the glare mechanic. So that's a classic. If you're unsure what the red eye means, it's what I call a universal marker. It means that the mechanic will only happen if you're looking at the enemy. Sometimes there's mechanics where it's both a telegraph and the eye. Then it means that like you can choose to sidestep it or look away. There are some basilisk-like enemies that we might meet soon, maybe in the next 10 floors, that will do this. That's good to hear, Arlo. Have you done Palace of the Dead before? And oh, whoops! I wasted some Aether Flow. Have you completed a Palace of the Dead run, like the full 200 floors, Ralu, or is it? Was it like with? I think Leon said that they did it a lot for leveling jobs. That's the most common way people get into Palace of the Dead, I think. That is reasonable. That is a really good way to get like some experience with it. Oh, just 50. So you unlocked the 51 to 60 thing and used that? Is what I'm guessing you mean. And then I can also just reiterate that we're starting from, like, we could have started from floor 51. It's just a matter of not being able to get on the scoreboard if you don't start on floor 1. Not that I was expecting to get on the scoreboard with this run. But it is worth considering. I've seen people before, and I've been confused before and uncertain on whether you have to start on floor 1 to go past 100. You don't. You just have to make sure you click the fixed party button. Only fixed parties can go beyond the first 100 floors. Which is interesting. I don't think I've been in random groups up to floor 100 ever. I don't think people do that. Alright, Ralu. It's understandable. It's really time consuming to get far in Palace of the Dead. That's totally understandable. It is also just a lot of repetition, you could say. So, oh, bronze chest. See, eye potions. Oh yes, yes. The raid restrictions. Is Party Finder dead? Oh. Really? You know, let's take a look at that after this set. I'll try to remember. I'm guessing that. Is it because you haven't been? Is it like your first time raiding? Can't remember if you had raided before. I think we might have talked about that last week. I would have imagined, my expectation was that a lot of people would get into raiding because of the restrictions being lifted, but I mean, it's not perfect. There's also the part where there was new content with, or new content, you could say, in that a lot of people are excited to data center travel, I think. Oh yeah. Now that makes sense. That is a really good point, Ralu. It's only active in very specific hours of the day. That is absolutely true. When I've been thinking about doing some like savage raiding myself, by the use of Party Finder, the main concern is that I don't think that like the best time, the absolute best time to raid Savage in a week tends to be on Tuesday. Even without restrictions. It's not about that, it's just that people log on Tuesday. That's what they're used to because of weekly reset. They're on for their weekly tomestones. They're on for Savage Raid Reclear with their raid team, who likely has their weekly raid on a Tuesday. And so on and so forth. Which means that if you don't have time to raid until like maybe Friday, then it might be really hard to find groups. But there's unfortunately not much you can do about that. And if you don't play in the hours that people tend to raid in, then yeah. My best suggestion would be you could try hosting your own groups. But if you don't have a lot of experience in the particular part of the raid that you're going into, that might be really scary. But everyone has to learn at some point, and I think if you're making like a group for first timers and such, I don't know if you have like if you would consider yourself fitting in that group. But if you were, then I'm sure that there would be people that would want to join. You probably won't get the clear in the first try. You won't get the clear the first try. You will probably have to do multiple sessions because the people that join are there to learn. Are we getting close to something new? Oh, we actually got Ifrit, but I have the carbuncle glamour on them. I should check if Physic is still worth anything. I wonder if it scales better in Palace of the Dead. So, while we're still on the subject of raiding, Ralu, I can't remember if we talked about that last week. How far are you in the Savage raid in Asphodelos? I would like to know. Just also that adds something to your perspective that you say that there isn't a lot of like raiders. Yeah, true, but farm parties have been a blast, grinding through whenever there's actually a good party. Yeah. It's been a while since I did like a lot of proper savage raiding, but I do remember that you can slog through like 5 groups and then you just find the one where things just work, and then you get all of the clears you wanted in a month, in a single day, in like maybe 2 hours. But it can take a lot of time to find those groups. First phase since P3, yes. That's been holding me back. So, oh great. So you're proccing P4S. So wait. Let me understand that correctly. Is it the first phase in P4S, you mean, or the first phase in P3S? Oh right, now I remember you were talking about P3S last week. I can't remember. Did you? Does that mean you beat it since last stream, or was it just last week you mentioned that it was really hard, but you had already beaten it? Oh, marbles. Well, all I know about, like, the one thing that I know very clearly about P3S is that people say that it is nearly impossible in Party Finder. Oh right. I guess a Dragon Song is it requires you to have beaten P4S, right? And it's just P4S that you need to have done to unlock Dragon Song. So, yeah, that makes sense. And there's no gear pieces from P3S that you need for your ultimate best in slot. Or is it more like you don't care? It's more important that you can actually set foot in the ultimate and practice. I can't remember if they're like just off the top of my head. Pants. Yeah. You played Dark Knight, right? I think it was Dark Knight. Oh, and back to the exit door. Oh, what is the... Yeah, Dark Knight and Paladin. I should have those pants myself that you're thinking of. I mean... I'm pretty sure... I'm pretty confident that the damage difference between these pants and the Savage Raid pants are... It's negligible. I'm pretty confident, considering that the Radiant pants are crit and determination. So I think you'll be fine. I think so. Okay, so now we're at a boss where we have Lust. So what we're going to do this time is I'm going to use my shield, and then we're going to use Lust, because this applies vulnerability stacks. This is heavily overkill probably, but it's easier than not doing it. So we mainly want 5 stacks up, and then Out. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. And then we just beat it as quickly as we can. And, oh boy. Potion time. And what do you do now? Is it ads? Oh, it's prey. What is that again? It is ads. Instead of worrying about the ads that are hornets, I'm just going to pray and run. There we go. And that was floor 20. You can do all tanks. So, Rallo, do you plan to go Dark Knight or Paladin when you eventually get to... Oh! That was the thing. I said we were gonna check the party finder. Let's see. Tie and duty. On a Saturday evening, at least in Europe. Yeah. It does look like if you want to progress P4S, you have some options. If you were to play on Chaos specifically, then you would have a whole handful of options. But for anything else, it's hard. It's difficult. You would have to make your own group, definitely. Which is the scariest part if you're new to a raid. But that does sound like you have a good chance of getting a P4S clear. I'm sure you can get it, Rallo. So you say you play Dark Knight and Paladin. So when you're progressing P4S, which one is it? Dark Knight is my main and Paladin is my backup, just in case someone takes... Yeah, that's smart. That's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. Also, considering that I'm pretty sure both Dark Knight and Paladin are pretty indifferent in terms of skill speed now. I think there's some, like, oh, you can go with these skill speed breakpoints. Oh, you found a couple of people that are willing to help you proc. So do you mean like a static, or is it just is it like you queue together as a few people? Oh, we've fallen a little bit behind in that, I can see. So that's a little tip. If you're fighting those palace drakes, they can put up a buff that reflects damage. A little fun fact about those is that it's the same ability that the Drake from Brave Flux's Longstop uses, and it also reflects damage. It's just that usually it activates the ability so late in the boss fight that you don't notice it. And usually it does it while the ad is there, so people don't see it. But there's sometimes, if you're healing, you might notice it. Because someone suddenly starts taking a lot of damage. Sweet, because the two mentors I met helped proc one-on-one, but the whole process joined the Discord, so it kind of became a static, even though it's not. Oh, right. Well, so, well, if there's a Discord to like find groups in, I imagine that's like that's an option. You could do that too if you're having trouble finding groups on a bad day for progging. But if you have a few people that are playing together like almost like a static, you could ask them if they would like to like add some more people and make it like a real static. Maybe they don't feel like doing that, but I would say that that's an option, especially if you like playing with them. That's sometimes how a static can form. But I'm glad that looking for party finder discords helped. If I understand correctly. But so they helped you proc one-on-one. So does that mean that they were watching you play? Or did they like queue in with you and you proc together and then they just teach you like tips on the boss? Again, I'm very curious because I haven't heard of doing this before. See, the issue is that I would use it, but from my seen others, it doesn't work, since I guess people like to go solo, so I just asked a friend I met to help me proc. Really have the most influence get. Oh yeah, like way back when I played World of Warcraft, I had this friend that had like the magic touch. If he hosted a group, it would always have good players. For anything, it didn't even matter what it was. If he hosted it, it would be good. So I always just went with his groups. Way easier than trying to do something on your own. So if you can stick to those people, that's gonna help you also in the next raid tier. Hello, Ghost Howler. This is called Palace of the Dead. It's content that you can access. I think it's available relatively early. And as long as you're using a job that is a combat job, you can enter, and it's like somewhat randomly generated floors. Most of the time you're going to be doing it with a group of 4 people, but technically there's no limitation to how few people you can go with. So I'm doing a solo run. We're probably not gonna clear the whole thing tonight, because there's a maximum of 200 floors. So this might be a returning piece of content that we might keep progressing on live stream every now and then. Does that make sense, Ghost Hunter? Otherwise, let me know. I'll try to explain it a little bit more. Ah, okay. Oh, is this good for living else? I maxed my Black Mage and don't know other ways to level other than doing fates. Ghost Howler, when you say you maxed your Black Mage, just to be sure, do you mean like level 90? And completed Endwalker, or is it level 60, or... I just want to be absolutely sure so I can give advice correctly. And... Oh, hello. He just played with me to do callouts with me. Well, I really do think, Ralu, that if you can somehow get those people to play with you regularly, I think that's that would be the fastest way to get through P4S. But if they're doing it to help you and they go back to their statics at the end of the night, then my best advice would be try to see if you can get a static or something that plays around your hours. I can't remember, Ralu, if you said that you play on like on an unstable schedule. Like, is the reason that you're playing in party finder groups because you don't know how to find a static, or is it because you can't have a static? That's just how it is for some people. And Ghost Howler. You just got him to level 90. I'm close to beating Endwalker. That's awesome. That I loved the Endwalker story, like the entire thing. I had a balancing act of playing through the whole thing as quickly as possible without skipping any dialogue and enjoying the story, because that was like, as soon as I had finished that, I jumped on to making my level 1 to 50 summoner guide for Endwalker. So I finished the story like Sunday morning on the release of on a Friday, and then I went to work. The story is so good. In terms of leveling, your question, is it a good place for leveling outs? Sort of. It's a little complicated. If you like mastering jobs, like actually playing with the jobs toolkit, then I would not recommend doing Palace of the Dead. Because, as you can see here, I don't know if you have much knowledge of the summoner rotation, but this is not how it's done. It's different than this, and because the enemies die very quickly, it's gonna feel different. So if you want to learn the job, I would recommend other paths, but it is definitely a way to level jobs. There are some specific scenarios where it's especially good. Depending on how much time on a day that you play, like if you like sit down on a Saturday morning and play all day until you go to bed, hypothetically, then you might run out of things to do that are not repeatable. And then Palace of the Dead starts looking much better. But the way that I have leveled most of my jobs has been by using the duty roulettes. Leveling roulette is one of the best options. Just do that every day with one job that you want to level. Trial roulette, normal raid roulette, alliance roulette, all of those are really good. I'm not entirely sure on how good main scenario roulette is now with the rework, but it used to be so good that even if you didn't like it, and even if it was really slow, the amount of experience it gave you was so enormous that it was hard to argue for not doing it. So probably that one's good too. But generally, I would recommend, when you are leveling, if you want to level jobs, the first priority should definitely be to do your daily roulettes. It's more a matter of which ones you shouldn't do. The only ones that I really wouldn't recommend doing is don't do the 50, 60, 70, 80 roulette. It doesn't give a lot of experience compared to how long it takes. And sometimes you can be dealt a really, really hard... What? What on earth is happening? Yeah, don't do the 50, 60, 70, 80 roulette. It's not worth your time. Then pretty much all of the other roulettes are good. They give decent experience for your time. If you've done all of them, I'm just gonna re-highlight and say, consider also doing front lines. It's not PvE, So it's going to be very different, and it can be very scary. The worst that can happen is you lose. You still get a huge amount of experience for your time, even if you lose. So you can also do frontline. And another tip to that is you don't actually have to play the job that you want to level when you're doing frontline. The job that you enter the frontline with is the job that gets the XP. So you can just enter and switch to a job you're more capable of doing PvP with. If you have like a very common problem now that I'm suggesting roulettes is, yeah, but what if I'm playing a DPS? What if I'm playing a job that has a 10-minute queue? Then what? And that's how often Palace of the Dead comes up. But my best advice there is to find things to do that are like useful in between your double strength again. In between your queues. For example, if you know what clan hunt marks are, you can do those. They don't give huge amounts of XP, but you can easily do them while you're in queue. And you can also do beast tribe quests. And in case you're not super sure on how that all works, I recently, last week, put up a guide on beast tribes. So you can... So we have a floor with 2 steel and 2 strength, guys. We have 2 steel and 2 strength. It doesn't get less efficient than that. But yes, my suggestion would be... like, let's say you want to level... and that is also an option, Mackerel. That is definitely also an option. Let's say that you log on right after the daily reset. So all of your roulettes are ready. And you want to level... Machinist. Just as an arbitrary example. We say Machinist. That's a DPS. Oh, I was certain. I was so sure that bronze chests could not be mimics. I was so sure. What? So we had a bronze chest become a mimic that then also became a mimic. In case anyone's wondering. And then it became a gold chest. Okay, let me just see, where was I? So Machinist. Let's say you want to level Machinist. So you log on. The first thing you do is open your duty finder, which would be this menu if I wasn't in this. And then you queue for leveling roulette. Let's say it will take you 20 minutes before the queue pops. That's a long time, and usually I'm expecting like 10 minutes, so that one might be a little rough, but let me continue. You queue for leveling roulette, then you go to each of the capitals that have useful clan hunt marks, which means Ishgard, Kugane, Crystarium, and Sharlayan. And pick up the clan hunt marks. If you're leveling multiple jobs, try to use a job in the correct level range. So like if you're doing the Ishgard marks, make sure to do it with a level 51 to 60 job. That makes the experience be more valuable because it scales up. Like it is relatively speaking good compared to the difficulty. Then, once you've picked those up, go to each beast tribe that you want to do. Keep in mind, you can do up to 4 different beast tribes every day. And you just take it from the top, do the highest level ones first, so like the Akasodara first, if you have access to those, and then just go down the list. And of course make sure that you do ones that Machinist is high enough level to do. And then you just clear however many that you can. And this can take you like 10 to 15 minutes just to like do the beast tribe stuff. And when you've done the beast tribe stuff, you circle back around and go to each relevant zone with the clan hunt marks. And then you do those. And if you have like, even if you have like an optimized pathing tool, those exist. Like I think if you just Google like clan hunt tracker or something like that, there is one that can plan a route for you. And do everything perfectly optimized. That can still take you like another 15 minutes. So by that point, I'm pretty sure your leveling roulette should pop. I can probably, when we get out of this set, I can probably show you some of these things a little bit more detail if you would like. But that is what I did to level all of my jobs to 90. Like just around the start of February, I had all jobs at 90. Starting everything from 80 except Reaper and Sage that started at 70. So this should work. And of course you want to do your like as soon as you finish the leveling roulette, you go down the list. But I could imagine that since you're on Oceania, how do you say that? Oceania data center, it might be a little tougher to get the queue to pop. Yeah, well, the thing is that you can do so many things while you're in the queue. So you don't even have to do leveling stuff. As long as you do something that doesn't require you to be in a separate queue, then you're pretty good to go. I think I'll just have to scroll up here to make sure I didn't miss anything else. I spent quite a lot of time on talking about this. Thank you, Maha. You play on my own time. Well, Ralu, you said that you're not super interested in committing to a static because you're new to it. I want you to know that most people start on raiding by joining a static. Often a friend static, like, you know, just some friends playing around. But if you're invited to a static, you should try to assume that the people that are inviting you, if they've seen you play and ask you to join their static, it's because they think you're good. So you shouldn't have to worry about whether you're good enough. They've already seen what you can do and they think you're good enough. So I would really genuinely say try. Like next time you're invited to a static, see if they're if the time frame that they play in works for you. And if it works for you, give it a try. I'm pretty confident that it's better than joining random groups, especially if you really enjoy raiding. I really think you should try it, Radu. And then you said, Ghost Holler said, I have literally not skipped a single dialogue, only some by accident. That happens. There is a way to recover from that. You can, there is, assuming you haven't removed it, there is actually a one of the dialog boxes that contain all of the NPC dialogue. It's the Event Dialog Box. So you can see here, there's an NPC here, Wood Whaler Expeditionary Captain, says something to me. If you're doing something that involves cutscenes, all of the dialogue from those cutscenes will appear in that menu. At least if you haven't adjusted it. I sometimes have to go and check that if I click a little too fast, or if someone says something and I'm suddenly uncertain if I read the previous line right. Thank you, Gilano. Yeah, recover from dialogue. When we're done with this set, we can take a little look at the chat settings to see if we can see what exactly you need to set to get that to work. So here's a little if you've seen my guide on Summoner in Endwalker, the low level one, then there's this really awkward level range where Summon Garuda is really terrible on single target. It's not super important because it's like 5 levels. But we are in those 5 levels, and that's why I'm not super keen on actually pressing the Summon Garuda button. Oceania. Well, as long as you know what I mean when I say Oceania. I do care about saying it right. I'll think about it. I don't feel so confident about it myself. That's okay, Ralu. I'm just saying I think you should give it a shot. Also because you think about these, like you are considering the things that a player that is experienced in raiding would think about. You worry about having a secondary tank so that you're compatible with different groups. You're thinking about your best in slot list before you have it. So, I think you would like it, but like who knows? Who am I to say? I personally prefer raiding with a static. It's just that it can be hard to find a schedule that works. Like I was just last week invited to a static, but they raid on Saturday evenings, which means now. So I haven't really been capable of joining, right? But the only way to like find the right one is to try different ones. Either check their schedules, or you just ask them. It's important that you find one that matches your play schedule and one that matches your ambition. Maybe you don't want to raid 4 days a week. Maybe you just want to raid 1 day a week. Or maybe you want to raid 2 days a week. Then you need to try and find a raid team that matches that. And that can be, as I said in my Savage raiding preparation guide, that can be harder than a Savage raid boss. So if you don't feel super confident about doing that, that's understandable. Ah, okay. I didn't actually know that if you have a really bad connection that it would lag the dialogue, but it makes sense. I'm guessing the server sends you the dialogue when you click, and then if it takes a second, Like, the most common one for me is if I'm in a cutscene, so the chat window closes, so then I press enter to open the chat window, but then I actually want to hide it, maybe to take a screenshot or something, you know. And that means I have to click right click and hide window. But if you click left click to hide the window while there is a dialog box from the cutscene, then it'll progress the dialogue. Which also means that I should warn you that if you accidentally read ahead or click one too many times to skip a line of dialogue, to open the dialogue, box, to open the event dialog box so you can read what you missed, you would have to left click, which means you would progress it further. Yeah, you can hide the chat. That's how most of my guides are recorded. You can see I have this this little frame blocking out the chat box. That's because my chat box is not hidden, of course. But I can hide it. And the reason why I'm keeping it visible is because during Palace of the Dead, sometimes important information is shown. So I need to have that. Yeah, if you right click your like the part of the chat window that says like general, you can click hide log window and it'll hide the whole thing. To make it show again, you press enter, so it's not gone forever. And that's also how you can make it show in a cutscene, of course. Oh wow, we only have 30 minutes. And we've gotten our first piece of the horde, guys. We've gotten the first piece of the horde in this session. So if you haven't, so the important thing is if you have not touched the chat settings at all, then the event log will be the one that contains all of the cutscene dialogue and pretty much all NPC dialogue. And then now I'm saying unless you've changed it, because I think some people might straight up just remove it or change it to something else, because you can, I think you can only have 4. For some reason you can only have 4. So you might not know why the event one would be important, and so you remove it. So that's why I'm saying maybe we should take a look at it when this set of 10 floors is done. Mainly because I don't want to run out of time by camping in the middle of the set. But this timer situation is the primary reason why we want to get as many pomanders as we can before it starts getting hard. Because on the higher floors, we just might not actually have time to go and look for pomanders. That's also why I'm grinding levels to get that done. But actually, just to circle back, just to circle a little bit back to the leveling options. Oh, there's a spawn in the middle of the fight. That's not fun. A good reason to do fates, because there is a reason to do fates. Let's see. Shared Fate. This allows you to unlock more vendor options in Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Like orchestrions, minions, materials. And you need to do like 60 fates per zone. So if you have a job that you're going to level that is in this level range, you might as well do it, because you will probably want to do it later. So yeah, Shared Fate is a mechanic that is introduced like I can't remember if it's like you need to do a quest to unlock it. Oh, these mimics. I can't remember if you need to do a quest to unlock it, but Shadowbringers and Endwalker fates have this shared fate log, which you can see here. Each of these check marks means 10, and then there's another 10 for those diamonds. And if you complete all of them for an expansion, like every single one, then you unlock even more options. I believe in Endwalker you unlock a vendor that sells vouchers for those bicolor gems, and for an obnoxious amount of bicolor gems, you can buy a mount. Let's see. Oh, Rado's question. And oh, you changed maybe some settings because of your brother. Dumb question, but it's a thought. Could Ninja share the same gear as range DPS, since for some reason they use Dex as power instead of strength, plus they both the aiming and scouting? So Ninja shares it's not a dumb question, it's a really good question, because it is one of the weirdest gear things in the game. Ninja shares rings, necklaces, earrings, and bracelets with range DPS. And by some miracle, all range DPS are mostly in agreement about what stats they want, so they can all share gear. And by another magical miracle, Ninja agrees with that same stat priority. So if you wanted to, you could absolutely use the same accessories for Ninja, Machinist, Bard, and Dancer, and you would be fine. If you're going for like a perfect best in slot set, there might be some extremely tiny tweaks, but I'm pretty confident that whatever you do, all four will like the gear that you put them in. Unfortunately, you can't use the armor from Bard or Machinist or Dancer for your Ninja. I hope that answers the question. I know how I recognize how that feels, Ghost Howler. When I originally started, I pretty much just did the main quest until I finished it. And then later had to figure out how everything worked. I took a pretty long time before I even realized that normal raids and alliance raids weren't so scary, and you could totally enter them, because my knowledge from World of Warcraft told me that a raid is a raid. Even if it's an easy raid, it's still a raid. These skatene I think. And there's sleep. And that is going to be some of the most annoying stuff you're gonna meet on these floors. Yes. But it's great to hear that you're having fun with some of the other content or repetitive content in the game, Ghost Howler. That is really good. Especially if you're reaching the end of the story. Then that would be right about now that you would have to start trying it out. And if you ran out of story and you don't know what to do else, then maybe you would just burn out right then and there when the story ends. So I think that's really important, that you get to enjoy the game with your friends. It's just so weird to me that scouting and aiming are the same. I kinda hate it since I have to grind 2 times more to get Savage gear, both Ninja and Machinist. Yeah. You know, the weirdest part is probably more that Ninja shares with no one. But before Endwalker, Dragoon shared with no one. So they actually they have this thing in common. The difference, there's a little tiny minuscule difference in some things for the gear. We can take a little look at it after this. I'm not gonna use Lust because we only have one. I'd rather keep this. And let's see our potions. This is actually probably the one that we want. Let's go with the shield, and then this, and this, and this, and this. This one is, I think this one has one of the weird mechanics that can be misleading. Oh, fire! Fire! Oh no, ice! I think this is the one. Isn't it? Oh, there it is. Fear itself. You have to go under the boss and face your fear. Otherwise, you get smacked really hard. It's really thematically excellent ability. It's very strong. We wonder if this will be fine. And fear itself. So one of the problems you can run into with this particular fight is that that it has put the fire or ice under it. So you have to choose between not getting hit by the big hit or not standing in fire. Oh, this is getting a little close. But we got it. We got him. I agree, Ralu. It's annoying. And if you only think about the statistic difference, it's definitely annoying that Ninja doesn't share gear with the rest of the dexterity jobs. But the advantage of it, you could say, is that Ninja gets a visually distinct outfit every raid tier, every expansion, and so on and so forth. Like, because Ninja uses a gear set that only it has, you get a more visually distinct outfit, which gives you more options if you're into glamour. Right. We have a little bit of like a grocery list to look at here. Let's see, chat log was the first one we were talking about. So, let me just see if there's anything else. So, Ghost Howler, this NPC dialogue option is the one that you want to tick if you want a log, any one of your chat logs, to contain the dialogue from a cutscene or an NPC conversation. That's it. And Event appears to have only this by default. So you could add NPC dialogue to a different tab if you want to. That can be good or bad, because sometimes the general chat, even with just the things that it has by default, can get extremely cluttered. See. Yeah, so events should have NPC dialogue on by default. You can add it to other dialogue options if you want to. Or you can add it to other chat boxes if you want to. If you prefer. Let's see. When I started out playing 14, I never expected I'd get big into the story, but I stayed wrong and even made some friends too. Story. Yeah. I think a lot of people get into Final Fantasy 14 for the story. And sometimes people get into the game to play with their friends, only to find the story. Often when you hear about how Final Fantasy 14 is built, one thing that people tend to bring up is the fact that Final Fantasy 14 appears to have been made to tell a story first, and then we think about the MMO aspect. So we make sure that the characters have a lot of ways to emote and show, be people, and we make sure to make a good story, and then we go, but what if we added more players to it? Which I think is a good thing. One of the easiest ways to be able to have a conversation with another person that plays Final Fantasy 14 is talking about the story. See, I heard that the story was great. I played WoW for about 2 weeks, and now I can't help comparing a lot of things to WoW, such as the amazing story of Final Fantasy 14. Don't know how I played WoW for those few weeks, and I could have played Final Fantasy. Well, I played World of Warcraft for years. Then I tried Final Fantasy 14 alone. And then I went back to World of Warcraft. And then, at some point, a few years ago, I went back to Final Fantasy 14. And then I've just been playing and playing and playing. But one of the things I did differently then was that as soon as I had finished doing the leveling of jobs that I wanted to 80, I sought out friends. I found a social free company to play with. Didn't even matter what we were doing because I was quote unquote finished as far as I was concerned. I had leveled all the jobs that I wanted and so on. I think as soon as you reach the end of the story, that suddenly makes the social aspect crucially important, when before it was just a factor. But I've played World of Warcraft for many years, and speaking of which, Ghost Howler, the way that I got into World of Warcraft was that I played it to play with my brother. And then 1 or 2 months in, he quit. So, yeah. My best advice there is, if you want to play a game with a friend, make sure that you also want to play the game if they quit. Especially if it's an MMO. Because the probability that they will quit, or you will quit, is high. Because it's such a huge time investment. I can't remember if there was anything that I forgot that we were going to look at. But now we're going to another set. Funny thing is that my brother got me into many MMOs way back. Most of the MMOs I've tried has been because he wanted me to try it. On the other hand, I've gotten my brother to try Final Fantasy XIV. And I'm still here. So I'm not abandoning him. Oh dear. Yeah, to me, it's a common thing. It's just bound to happen that if you start on an MMO with a friend, one of you is going to quit first. There's no way around it. One of you will quit first. Ooh, energy siphon. But that applies also to, honestly, it applies to any game. If you play like a really long game, like I start a Minecraft server with a friend, one of you will get tired of it first. I have not played Phantasy Star Online, no. I've seen it. I considered trying it, but I felt it was too big of a time commitment when I was also playing other games. But it like Phantasy Star Online does look fun, and yeah, I know that there's Phantasy Star Online 1 and 2 are distinct. They're not the same, I know. It's funny, my first introduction to Phantasy Star Online was that there's this Vocaloid song that happens to be staged in that universe in its music video. If you can guess what song I'm thinking of, then you get then you get bonus points. And I dislike why I tried it for a while, even classical. I couldn't get into it though. I mean, yeah. So I've played World of Warcraft since like vanilla, like the classic they released years ago, like a few years ago. Is the vanilla that I played, the vanilla that my brother wanted me to play with him. When they released Classic, I reached max level with a character and then quit. 40-man rating sounds really exhausting to me, so I never got beyond that. But I've mainly played World of Warcraft to play with friends. And for raiding. I did used to do the equivalent of Savage raiding in World of Warcraft for years. And I would say that that is the reason why. Okay, Ghost Howler. I'm glad you passed by, and I get the impression that you learned some things. So that's really good. That's awesome. So good night. Yeah, that's why, even though I haven't raided that much Savage in Final Fantasy XIV, I feel like I can confidently speak on what things you need to do for Savage raiding, is both because I have done my research, I have done Savage raiding, and then I have over a decade of raiding experience from World of Warcraft. It's not exactly the same, but there's a lot to learn from there too. Oh boy. I'm guessing Living Universe was... is that a song, guess, Ralu? Or is it something else? It is not. It is not called Living Universe. So it's. I'll just give another tip. I have a feeling that there is someone in the chat that might know. It's a song that Hatsune Miku sings, and the 3D music video happens to be using the a stage in a known city in Phantasy Star Online. Let's see, what was the best experience you had as Savage Raiding? I think the best part about Savage Raiding is when you're playing with friends or people that you like playing with, and it just works. Like that's when it's the best. That was something that I had a lot more opportunities to experience in World of Warcraft, of course, but the experience of beating a really difficult boss encounter together with some friends is exactly the same. I just want to be clear, I'm not saying that there isn't multiple songs that Hatsune Miku sang in Phantasy Star Online. I'm just saying that my first experience of learning that a game called Phantasy Star Online exists was a song that predates Phantasy Star Online 2, I believe. I think. I can just give you the answer, but I think it's more fun to guess it, isn't it? But it is not Living Universe. I don't think she necessarily sang it in the game. She sang it, and the music video has her exist in the game. So, not the same. Yeah, but on the question again from Maha, some of my best experiences has been because of things that are a bit broken in the game. For instance, if you think that Warrior in Final Fantasy XIV is a bit absurd with how it's almost impossible to beat it, in a like it can almost be its own healer, then it's not quite like that anymore in the same capacity. But how long is it? Like years ago in World of Warcraft, in the expansion called Mists of Pandaria, this thing with tanks being perfectly capable of keeping themselves alive and almost being able to beat... Oh, Toad Trap. Being able to beat bosses almost entirely on their lonesome. That was something all tanks could do. That was just something you did. Like, some tanks were capable of soloing bosses that were only 1 raid tier old, even on the hardest difficulty. Just by virtue of being unkillable. the fun part isn't so much that it makes it a bit absurd. It's more that it leads to some legendary experiences. I had like I was known in my friend circle for being actually unkillable because I mained tank back then. And that came about because of how much you could do. Oh, what do you mean, Ralu? Is it because of the timer? So 2 is a strange beast. Yeah, there being even Persona characters dancing to some of the dancing Persona games music at one time. That was gave out Persona costumes. Now I'm a little confused. What do you mean, Ralu? Yeah, Skull Wolf. I've said my favorite expansion in World of Warcraft was Mist of Pandaria. Would you just like me to tell you what song it was? Because I don't think I can, like, I don't think I can come up with a hint. Oh, whoa. I forgot that the auto heal is off. Whoops. I believe it is... I might get the order of the words wrong, but I do believe it's called... MMORPG Addict's Anthem by Sprecher. If you put any combination of those words into a search engine, I'm sure it'll pop up. And yeah, I can see that some people in my free company are trying to ask me things. I'm going to stay in Palace of the Dead at the very least until we reach floor 50. And I'm not at floor 40 yet. So you don't have to wait for me. Let me just take a moment to see if I can find it for you. Put that in the YouTube search and it should appear. Let's see. I'm used to Paladin doing it, but Warrior getting the attention now from the game dev seems like making up for all the past nerfs. I don't know. I feel like Warrior has always been in a really good spot. In fact, most of Shadowbringers, you would always bring a Warrior to Savage Raid bosses if you could, because it made it easier, because Holmgang is busted. Simply having an invulnerability, or at least a you can't die type ability on only 4 minutes is really, really hard to compete with in a raid environment where it is common to use invulnerabilities to skip mechanics. When I did my, when I was savage raiding in the 2nd tier of Shadowbringers, we had a short time period where we had, because of some issues with finding people, we had 2 Dark Knights as our tanks. And I believe Ralu is a Dark Knight player if you played Dark Knight before the rework or the buff of Living Dead. You can probably guess that on this, when this particular boss fight called for at least 1, preferably 2 invulnerabilities to skip mechanics, having 2 Dark Knights and no White Mage can be a problem. So we had to change our strategy from ignoring the mechanic to doing the mechanic, which was much harder. Hey, Skullwolf, I think someone's trying to talk to you in game. Oh, the horde is on this floor. Can we get the horde? Can we find the horde? Oh, I think it's in the exit room. Yeah, at least in Shadowbringers raiding, Living Dead was pretty much considered a dead button. Ironically, it was just dead. I think I do explain it in my low-level Dark Knight guide. The big problem that makes Living Dead so bad in its old iteration wasn't like the way it worked. Like, you could heal the person up again. That was a possibility. The problem was that was hard enough. Just healing the person up in time was difficult. But if you did, you would lose the invulnerability. So not only did you have to like heal them up in time, but you also had to do it at a very specific time. And that's where it starts becoming an issue. So I mentioned earlier this thing with the glare mechanics with the telegraph. This is one of them. You don't have to respect the glare warning if you sidestep the telegraph. This kind of mechanic is mostly non-existent after A Realm Reborn. Pretty much all cases where you see a glare mechanic, it's just the glare mechanic. Or just the telegraph. Living Dead is like a good idea on the board, but on execution it made no sense. Yeah, you know, World of Warcraft had a really similar feature, like a very, very similar ability on the Death Knight, but it worked way better. So, in World of Warcraft, it was a passive ability called Purgatory. What it did was, if you died, as in you were killed by lethal damage, then you would instead not die and become invulnerable for a few seconds, and then you would get a debuff that was called a healing absorption shield. So what that means is that the next X amount of healing you receive is just going to disappear. And if this debuff isn't cleared in time, you die. So if we translated that to Living Dead technically put this kind of like absorption shield, healing absorption shield on you, equal to 100% of your health. Except that it in Final Fantasy XIV it didn't absorb the healing, it just required that you healed it. The reason why the World of Warcraft version worked better was mainly because of how like specific the mechanic of, oh, you died, now you have to get healed back up. In the Dark Knight variant, where you must get healed back up, made more sense as a last resort kind of mechanic that has to be activated by death. But now I think Living Dead is in a good spot. I think it's in a good spot. I haven't played around with Living Dead much because most of the time when I'm tanking, I play warrior. And the main reason I play warrior is more because I feel that it's easy to manage and optimize. And then incidentally, it's really good if your healer needs some assistance. And I really like playing jobs that have so much excess power that they can help the rest of your group if they need it. It's the latent teacher inside me that just needs to have this option to teach you when you need it. Doesn't Gunbreaker have the worst invul now, or is it Paladin? Gunbreaker and Paladin have equally, well, almost equally, I would say, in terms of power, the Gunbreaker invul is the worst one because it hurts you. It's the same as the Paladin one, of course, just it hurts you. But the reason why the Paladin invul is really bad is because it has the longest cooldown. If I remember correctly, I believe it's like this. Warrior has a 4-minute cooldown, Dark Knight has a 5-minute cooldown, Gunbreaker has a 6-minute cooldown, and Paladin has a 7-minute cooldown. Now, in terms of a defensive cooldown, Paladin's cooldown is amazing. It's easy to use, it does exactly what you need it to when you need it. It's perfect. In a dungeon, you might use Hallowed Ground on one of the first packs and then one of the last packs. And that's fine. In most, like for most tanks, that is what you would do if you want to optimize around using your invuln on packs. You will use it on one of the first packs and one of the last packs. Which means that in a dungeon setting, all the tanks' cooldowns on their invulns don't matter. But in a raid, I would say, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say like around 10 minutes or so for a boss fight is pretty normal in Savage raiding. Maybe less, like 8, maybe 12. And then you have ultimates that go to like 25 minutes. There's like a tea break in between. Not really, but wouldn't it be nice? But in a 10-minute boss fight, a paladin gets to use their invuln 2 times at most, and often once, and only once. Meanwhile, a warrior can use their invuln 3 times. Very, very comfortably use it 3 times, and typically will be very confidently capable of using it at least 2 times. Oh, so here's an interesting thing. I could use this Fortune, but to do that I have to use Serenity because there's a floor debuff that says I can't use items. For now, I value having my 2 Serenities more, because sometimes you can get a really, really bad debuff combination. And that can happen 2 floors in a row without you being offered another Serenity. And then you can be in trouble. Another thing to consider when you're comparing invulns is the only tank in a raid setting that will survive whatever it is that you're using your invuln for, like a tank buster for instance. The only tank that will not take damage from it is the paladin, meaning that when you're a healer, you plan your cooldowns. You're going to be planning healing for the tank on that mechanic, because if it's not a paladin, you're going to have to help them heal to full. You will have to help, maybe not Dark Knight. Maybe not Dark Knight anymore. Wow. But for the safety of the tank, most healers will be like a white mage might have Benediction ready, waiting in the wing, ready to throw out at a moment's notice. The Astrologian will probably have Essential Dignity, and I imagine the Scholar will preemptively put their what's the word? Their Excogitation on the tank. So the fact that Paladin doesn't take any damage from whatever it is that they're using their invuln on it falls flat, because you would, like, your healer's expecting you to take damage. So you have the Benediction, but the white mage doesn't have plans to use that Benediction on anything else for the next 3 minutes. So sure, if you need it for something that goes wrong, then yeah, that's great. But you probably won't need it. So by that logic, that extra minute of cooldown on the Paladin invuln is bad. Like, it's really bad, because you would have rather had some detrimental side effect and a shorter cooldown. That's my opinion. What do you think about that, Ralu? Does that make sense? Awesome. Oh, we're actually almost at level 60. When I normally do these Palace of the Dead runs, I'm extremely aware of what level I am, because it directly impacts what abilities I can use. But when we're just hanging out and talking, yeah, I just gain 10 levels, and then whoops. Yeah, I have seen people that have made macros to specifically tell people to not heal them because they're using Living Dead and they want to proc it. My best advice there is, if your healer doesn't naturally react to you using Living Dead, like if they don't, if you have to use a macro to tell them to not heal you, then they will not, like it, then it'll probably be too late, and then the healer will stop healing you, and then Living Dead will run out, and then you die. So you could do that. I'm just warning, saying you might not want to do that. that is my advice. You could do it and see if it works, but the reason I know of this trick is because I regularly see Dark Knights complaining about healers not listening. So, but that's the reason. That is actually when I read the patch notes, read the tooltip, that they had adjusted Living Dead like that. My assumption was that the healing worked before you died, because I thought it would be extremely confusing if it didn't. So that was my assumption. But that's not the case. For some reason, that's not the case. And we're almost at floor 40 now. I think I'm just barely gonna miss level 60 for the floor 40. But the interesting thing about this is that normally you start at level 60 on floor 51, but as you can see, you can be level 60 way before that. Like a full 10 floors ahead of time. Nice. A strength. And that actually reminds me that like 5 floors ago I had steel on, found a steel in a chest and thought, I'm gonna get back to this and pick it up and use it just before I leave the floor. And then I didn't. Should they bring back shields for black and white mage? I think that it was weird. It was really awkward with shields for black and white mage. That is kind of the reason why they phased it out. Paladin is still in a really awkward position because they have shields, whereas everyone else does not. I think that it would be best if they didn't. But if they did, I think they should do it in a similar fashion to how ninjas use 2 weapons, because they use 2 daggers. But it's a single weapon, like a single weapon slot. So that some black mage or white mage weapons just happens to come with a shield. I don't think that it would be... I think it would be mostly extremely confusing rather than interesting or helpful. Ah, okay, Leon. Good luck. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you get it. Maybe you should check with Ralu. Maybe you're on the same data center. Thank you. Yeah. So if anyone's wondering if I've suddenly gone completely crazy because I'm just running around on the floor without taking the exit, I'm trying to reach level 60. I'm trying to reach level 60 so that we can get Death Flare for the boss, and we're really close. Yeah, shields are how can I explain it? Because of how shields are balanced, they are functionally as important as like a crafter or gatherer secondary tool. They have stats on them, but the real reason they matter is because if you don't have the sledgehammer, you can't mine stone. You just can't. You need the sledgehammer for that. And the reason for that is because, and if you saw my guide on stats, you might have heard this. The stats found on a shield scales with its actual level, not its item level, and then whether it's high quality or not. That's it. So a level 90 shield has the same block strength and rating as all other level 90 shields. So they're just stat sticks beyond that. And they have to be. Because otherwise it would be a little unfair to the paladins. Right. So we're gonna grab a steel here so that we're good and well prepared. And then we go our health shield and then lust to get our vulnerability stacks. And then we go for 5 of those. What's up, Rado? About the shields? Yeah, it's a little weird. But it's weirder when you realize that the shields from A Realm Reborn, and I think part of Heavensward, if not all of Heavensward, have extremely varying strengths and rates. Like in A Realm Reborn, you should read what oh, I don't know what this is. Oh well, I guess I did the mechanic. I think I did the mechanic. But yeah, you suddenly would care in A Realm Reborn what kind of shield you got, because some shields had like way more block strength and others had way more block rating, which is the reason why we even know what the difference is. Part of the reason why this whole mechanic got phased out is because the only job that cares is Paladin, of course. And because Sheltron blocks all damage for a few seconds, you would always prefer to choose a high block strength shield over a high block rating shield. Every time. I can show you the thing with the rating, I think. Maybe. Let's see, Armorer. Is that the best shield I can make? Is there no level 90 shield to be had? Almost. So close. Well, let's see here. We check the Shadowbringers ones instead. The shields. So, you can see here. Item level 480. 867 strength and rate. 510. 867 strength and rating. And this applies for all levels. But when you get really low... Or maybe not. Have they fixed it? Oh. False alarm, Rallo. They fixed it. All shields have normalized stats now. All of them. Sorry about that. They didn't fix it in Shadowbringers. So I just sort of assumed. But it used to be the case back in ancient times that different kinds of shields had different kinds of rates and strengths. There were reasons to choose between them, because back in the day, and when I say back in the day, we're talking like Stormblood and before that, Shiltron worked a little differently. So, actually, let me just check something. Maybe I should switch potion. We should go with this one, I think. Maybe? I actually have like a list of what health thresholds to use the different potions on, but I don't have it open on a monitor right now, so but back then, at least 100% I know for a fact in Stormblood, I'm not sure before that, when you used your tank stance, which was in contrast to a DPS stance, because tanks had that back then, when you used your tank stance, when you blocked, you would gain Oath Gauge. You know, the gauge that you get from auto attacks. When you were in the DPS stance, you gained Oath Gauge from auto attacking instead. But in your tank stance, you gained Oath Gauge from casting Holy Spirit and from blocking. And Holy Spirit didn't exist before Stormblood, of course. So that meant that before Stormblood, you probably only got Oath Gauge from blocking, which meant you had to block 10 times and then you could use Shiltron once. And that's important because Shiltron back then, back in the old ancient times, blocked one attack. So instead of being you block all attacks for 4 seconds, 6 seconds, 8 seconds, it's you block the next attack. Which means that if you had a really high block rate shield, you would gain Oath Gauge faster. But a really high block rate shield might not block more than like 6 to 8% of the damage, while a high block strength shield would block maybe 25%, maybe even more. But because the block rate was so low on the high block strength shields, I don't even know why I'm fighting all the enemies I'm not supposed to. That meant you had the choice between getting many blocks and more regular guaranteed blocks, or getting very few blocks. But when you needed one, the guaranteed block was really big. Which was a strategic choice right up until the point where, oh dear, where you remember that you probably would just choose whatever shield had the highest item level, right? Or had the better stats of those you had to choose between. And I think, not sure, not entirely sure because I didn't play back then, but I would imagine that the high strength, low block rate shields won that war. Just because blocking a lot is nice, but you really care about blocking the right thing, right? You blocking the 10 auto attacks preceding the tank buster doesn't matter. What matters is, did you block the tank buster? I'm gonna grab this chest and then leave the other one. Maybe I could use witching to get through them faster, but I think we're pretty good on Pomanders now, so I think I can skip some of them. The history of the shield. Final Fantasy XIV. Is it lucky or unlucky to get 2 mimics in a row? Because I've had it twice. You know, just tonight. What are the chances? That is insane. That's also a good argument for why you want to get as many chests as you can before you're like get as many Pomanders to bring into the higher floors as you can. Is that when you get to the really high floors, a mimic can be dangerous, especially if you don't have an interrupt. Like if you're playing anything that isn't a tank or a ranged physical DPS. I don't like mimics. I don't like getting surprised. I remember like many years ago I played, I think it was Dark Cloud. And I didn't get very far in the game, I wasn't that old. Because I was scared of the mimics. Horde! We've gotten some Horde! I really think that Dreadworm trance is making Summoner look really good right now. I thought it would be much less impact. Oh, we already have an Affluence. I thought it would be much less impactful, but it's really... The enemies that get the Dreadworm trance, those fights are easy. That's the one we need to have ready to clear a room. Let's fight this guy. Feels like we have a really bad room. Because there's not a lot of enemies on the floor. Like too few enemies, so it's hard to access the exit. Now we can exit. I think gearing is still good on how it's earned, or should it be reworked? Personally, I think it's fine. The way that a raid tier is treated in Final Fantasy XIV makes gear, like acquisition of gear, a pretty minor thing in the game as a whole. And the fact that you don't have to do too complex things to get it means that the vast majority of players don't mind. Like, it's like, yeah, maybe I'll get some gear. Some people don't really bother at all. But I think it makes it, like, the way that gearing is in Final Fantasy XIV makes it easy to make it a secondary activity. Like, in World of Warcraft, there is a system, like a mechanic in the game, like an entire zone that is similar to Gold Saucer, and it's in the game 1 week every month. So it's supposed to be like scarce, you're supposed to come by when it's there. But because you don't get gear from it, and people value gear over everything because gearing is difficult in World of Warcraft, most people hardly know what the Darkmoon Fair, as it's called, even is, or why you would want to do it. Aside from the fact that, oh, there's this buff that makes you gain more reputation. That's pretty much it. There are a lot of things you can do there, but people don't do them because they have to choose between doing that or raiding or doing dungeons, and they give gear. So I think the best way to explain my opinion is, if they change how gearing works in Final Fantasy XIV, it has to always be the case that it isn't too difficult for a player to get gear if they want to, even without Savage raiding. Just the fact that you get a piece of best, like potentially best in slot gear every week, or at least eventually you can upgrade it with the Alliance raid tokens and stuff like that, means that everyone in the game knows that eventually they'll be able to have the best gear if they want to. Not the perfect gear, but, you know, maximum item level. So I don't think we need to change anything about how the gearing works. I think it lends itself greatly to what the game wants to be. What about you, Ranu? How do you think that there's anything you would change about gearing in Final Fantasy XIV? I really think that now that we reach level 60, this summoner situation is really popping off. It's really... Oh dear, let's see. Witching? And that is why you never use witching unless you need to. Changed a really bad situation into one we can win. And now we have 3 Serenities. Wasn't the chest back in the other room a witching one? I'm pretty sure it was. This one. Nope. This one? Yep, there it is. I want to get that. And then on to the next floor. But I don't know what the best option for gearing, what it is in an MMO. But I think what Final Fantasy XIV has got going for it seems to work. It makes it not too demanding. They... Oh, so you mean like you would want it to be so that you can like buy the Savage Raid gear? Is that how you mean? Like instead of the Radiant gear, for instance. Is that what you mean? Like, so that you weren't forced to do Savage Raiding to get that particular piece? Or did you mean something else? Mm-hmm. Because that is one thing that I do know some people find annoying. That you have one and only one option if you're not Savage Raiding. Mm-hmm. Oh, music change. Oh. And the Gravekeeper patrolling enemies. These really like stand out very distinctly because they have a really funny ability. They cast like a pillar of light that does, and I think it's those, but they do like an extremely over the top spell, but it doesn't do that much damage. So it looks really threatening, but it doesn't do much. Ralu? So you said you wanted to give up the option to pick between Savage or Red Tombstone gear. So I'm just to make sure that I heard you right. So you wanted it to be like a vendor sells both? Or how did you mean? Nope. Golden treasure chest. Ah, no, that's bad. I'm not ready for you, Mimic. I don't want to see you here. Ah, alright then. Well, that's why mimics are annoying. Takes a purity pomander to get rid of the debuff they apply, or you're just losing 10 minutes potentially, trying to keep yourself alive. That is the classic frog trap. At least I didn't step in it before I attacked the enemies. Or while I was attacking the enemies even. Let's see if we can explore a little bit. which way is the best one. Oh, the exit is here. That works for me. I wonder if I lost you, Rado. Well, we're really close to getting to the final 50th floor. I actually thought it would take longer. And I also thought that Summoner wouldn't do this much damage at level 60. It feels like these enemies are almost easier than the first few floors. So oh really? Someone does more DPS than Machinist in Heaven on High. Well, it doesn't entirely surprise me that Summoner does more burst. Like, given that every time I use Dreadworm Trance right now, it's like I just choose 2 or 3 enemies and delete them. So that makes sense. Especially with Bahamut. The most toxic game I had in Final Fantasy XIV. I'm guessing you mean like the most toxic dungeon experience or something like that. If that's what you mean, I don't know. A little while ago, I had a random expert roulette where the tank didn't use their defensive cooldowns, and I was healing. But he was pulling wall to wall, which made it very difficult because his gear maybe wasn't the best, and we were also in the level 90 end of story dungeon, so our gear got scaled down. That is why that dungeon is harder than the others, is because they don't scale you down. Little bonus fun fact. So I asked him to use cooldowns, and he used like 1 when he was nearly dead, which made it really hard. So I asked again if he could try and use some cooldowns, and he was really rude about it, like really rude response. And if you've ever heard this meme response with "you don't pay my sub," yeah, he said that. And when we wiped on the second boss, instead of dealing with it, I just left. I just left the group. There's more to the story you could say with why did you wipe on the second boss? Why was it such a problem? But the point is that the toxic behavior was that he was so mean about just being asked to, use cooldowns. For the most part, I don't really remember really toxic situations. I try to focus on the positive. Last run I did, we had 199.99 geared Machinist and a 60/60 Summoner, and the DPS was more. Mackerel, was that in the last floors or was that in the lower floors? Because when you're not so high in the floors yet, your Aether Pool gear gets scaled down. That's what it means, I believe. I believe it's when it has this mark, yes. When it has this icon, it means that it's scaled down. I forgot to use my Carbuncle shield. It's fine. What's that? Ow. We'll just do the 5 stacks. Oh, the big circle AoE. Need to make sure to get that we don't get hit by that flare mechanic, else it could go really bad really quickly. Would have liked if she used that a little later, so I didn't have to just run. Oh, there's an ad. Right. Right, we got him. Hey! I kept my weekly tomestones. Excellent. Well, that was the 50 floors. Should we do more? Do another 10? Another 10? Or do something else. We could check what sacks we've gotten. How do you feel about the FF billboard thing? I thought it was funny. But I also thought that it was maybe not the best choice to put the actual logo for the game on it. And also data mined equipment that hadn't been released yet on it. I mean, I think overall it wasn't as good as great an idea as they thought it was. But it's not really something that I should like that. My opinion doesn't matter that much on that aspect. But I think that they could have done it in a way where it wasn't either actually illegal, bordering on illegal, depending on what ends up being the case. I'm not sure how it ended. I know that it got taken down. But they could have done it differently so that it was just silly. That's mostly what I think. Let's see if we can get another 10 floors. Wouldn't it be funny if after all that we wipe on floor 60? And also because I thought we would have that we would have taken way longer to reach floor 50. Might as well see if we can get a little further. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you could say that for the most part, it's just all in good fun. But, I believe Square Enix has already stated that they're not super happy with how some parts of the community is sharing how gear looks before it's even in the game through data mining. And in this case, they're combining data mining with an ad that looks official. It's just a really, really bad combination. There's no good way to look at it. Wow. I really thought I was gonna hit the debuy there as well. I heard they're snitching on each other to not get banned. I mean... I don't know who specifically would stand to get the blame in a legal sense. Because if we're going to be completely clear, we have to keep in mind that anyone could have been on the picture that they used. They might not even have consented to be on the picture. So the only person that really should stand to get any sort of legal action taken against them, potentially, I think would be the person that paid for the billboard thing, because everyone else could be argued to have been innocent. So I don't know why they would be snitching on each other, unless what you mean by snitching is that they're just going around saying, no, that was the person that did it. I think the company that owns the billboard slot, like where it's placed, would be able to just tell Square Enix, like, yeah, here's the bill. That, like, and then they have the name and everything. So if they want to do something, they can. I think well, then I guess we know. I haven't seen much beyond the picture and some conversations. I prefer to just... It's fine. I'll maybe randomly happen upon it when I and see it. I'll take your word for it. I don't focus too much on this kind of stuff. I prefer to just focus on the good things. That's also partly why I'm like, I don't think my opinion is super valuable on the aspect, or on this subject. Because the best I can do is probably say what others have already said. So we had a intuition in the previous room. I think it was in the previous room. But either way, I appreciate that you asked about my opinion on the matter. Like that's nice to know that people want to hear your opinion on things. Maybe next time I see something like that, I'll make sure to like make a specific, like a more detailed opinion, just to be on the safe side in case anyone wants to know. I'm mostly kidding. Oh, we have the Horde on 2 floors in a row. Well, this is some victory music. What area is this music from? Just to clarify, the music that plays in Palace of the Dead, the vast majority of it plays somewhere else in the game. And they just have like a list of music they'll use. So this song plays somewhere. Someplace in the game. I don't think I've ever heard it before. It's very nice. It makes you feel like it's gonna be okay and you're gonna win. Oh, a tip. This Pomand of Rage, while it one-shots all enemies, it doesn't work if one of the debuffs on the floor is knockback immunity. Like if you and the enemies are immune to knockbacks, it's not gonna work. Oh man. So, wow, okay. I should have titled this stream something regarding mimics. They're really just coming in pairs. What was this? Right, Serenity, you don't need that. The only Pomander we don't have is one of the most useless ones. I think it's called Karibo, but it's only really useful for very specific things. It's really strong against undead enemies, but on everything else, it's almost better to just use your own spells instead. And then it's also a ground targeted attack, so you can miss. No items and a haste buff. So if I remove the no items debuff, I also lose the haste buff. So let's see if we can make it through this floor without using items. That was witching. Don't really want to clear that room. It's better to just look for the exit until we have that. And there it is. Another tuft of Phoenix down. I wonder how many I've looted of those in this run. Oh, the exit opened. You go for the exit. It's way better than just clearing for more treasure. It's only like... There's 3 things that would be worth grabbing. More strength. Well, one thing's for certain, now that we're skipping as many enemies as we can, we're progressing way faster. I think like the first 10 floors was half an hour. And we're over halfway on almost 12 minutes. So that's another funny thing. Those Taurus enemies, I think the frightful roar they use are exactly the same as the boss that looks like them in Sunken Temple of Khan. So that's another boss that is reused as a regular enemy. And this applies for a lot of enemies in Palace of the Dead. And Heaven on High, I think. Oh, the exit. Perfect. That's like 2 minutes on the floor. Now we switch music again. A witching? Steel rebuff? Awesome. So I remember, I think it was you said last week, Rallo, that you were gathering while I was streaming. Is that the same thing today? I think it was you that said you were gathering. You already have a flight. Serenity on this floor? That's a buff. And we found the exit. That's the last thing. Maybe we can get a pot shard here. Yep. Just speak it into existence. Next time I find a bronze chest, I'll ask for like a P4S weapon drop. Yeah, how did you get your savage weapon? It looks like all the rest of your gear isn't savage. What happened? Oh, I just found it in Palace of the Dead. Just lying on the floor. Hey, Makoto. How are you doing? I'm good. We progressing through Palace of the Dead. The original target was getting to floor 50 at least, and because we were going so fast, we're going a little further at least. But even if I'm actively playing this Palace of the Dead, I'm just as available in the chat as I was last week. So you're welcome to ask anything. Oh, intuition maybe? Nope, not yet. Have you tried Palace of the Dead, Margoto? Oh, well, I think it's gonna get a lot harder when we get to a bit higher floors. How far have you gotten with friends? Ah, okay. Yeah, that's very normal. Most people go for floor 50 so that you unlock the 51 to 60. That way you can use it as a way to level. Mainly DPS jobs if you're on in a data center with really poor queue times. I remember Ghost Howler was here earlier, said that they had a lot of problems with really long queue times, I think it was. I think it was Ghost Howler. Yeah. But hey, if you want to get into doing Palace of the Dead alone, then the hard part is that you probably need the Aetherpool arms and armor to be capped out, or at least be really high, and then like park it every now and then when you reach a point where your gear stops holding up. The gear is possibly the part that makes it look the most easy. You can farm your gear higher if you do 50. I think you get, every time you clear 51 to 60, I'm pretty sure you get like a level for both, but I'm not 100% sure about that. So yeah, but that's a way to do it. Welcome back, Leon. Glad to hear the Ultima Unreal went well. Did you get the retry and then go twice? Or is that not a thing anymore? It's been a bit since I did Unreal. If your gear is below 10, and then up to 50 might be really difficult. It can also be really hard to identify whether what you're doing works. Because a lot of Palace of the Dead is just things die before you have a chance to do anything. Yeah, exactly, Leon. You got it. I think I don't know. I'm pretty sure it was called retry or something like that. But the point is that you could like get an icon on the like that sheet where you're like signing off things to get your rewards, that made it so that you could go again, and people tend to go for it. I just didn't know if maybe they removed it, maybe they changed it. I did Shiva Unreal a while back, I don't have any alt accounts. I just have this character. Maybe one day I'll make an alt to play through the story or something, just to like re-experience it, but that would probably be like in videos. And I would probably make it a different race to make sure that they stand out from each other. But I don't have any other characters. So now I think we're gonna start respecting the bosses and use a handful of things. Realm Reborn is gonna kill you, Ron. No. I think it'll be fine. A Realm Reborn has become easier since I played it. But I don't know why I would like it. Like, I'm not sure if it would be how entertaining it would be to see someone play through it again. Maybe it would be. I know that a lot of people enjoy watching new players to the game play through the story for the first time. So maybe people would find it fun to watch someone that has played it but went through the story years ago to see how they react. Who knows? Oh, there it is. Good thing I used the Pomanders. That was a close call. Could have used the sustaining potion, but they're expensive. Started playing this past December and I actually did not mind AR's story. The quests were pretty tedious, but the story was pretty good. I think the change where they made the A Realm Reborn story a little shorter happened before December. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that that's the case. There were some really obnoxious... Ow. Thank you, Dropbox. I don't know why I did that. Sorry about that. That was really loud. I think they made the story a little shorter. The thing is that they didn't remove that many quests. They removed some, but not that many. There were some particularly tedious ones, but the main reason why people tend to think that the A Realm Reborn story kills runs is because I believe the A Realm Reborn end story is the longest and the least stuff happens in it, so it's really hard for people to keep attention. Do some of the notorious side quests. That could happen. I think like if I made an alt to play through the story, I would do the main quest and then do side quests that people wanna see. I think that's how I would do it. And I think I would be surprised if I went and did Hildebrand, because I didn't pay full attention at first when I did it. That's really good to hear, Markota. And Ralu, yes, Endwalker did make me cry many times. Many times. I think the first time while I did the Endwalker story that I cried was before I say anything, is there anyone here in the chat that has not done the Endwalker story? At least like gotten to level 90. I'm just checking, because if there is, then maybe I shouldn't be too specific when I'm explaining. Okay, then I guess it's fine. So that part where the Guardians finally get help from the Alliance, and I can't remember his name. He just stands there with like a bowl of soup, and some unnamed NPC person goes over with voice acting, I believe, and says that it's the small things that really make life worth living. And then 1 minute later, everything goes wrong. The thing that happens just before Xenos puts you in the body of someone else. That really made me cry, which really was some incredible whiplash effect when suddenly I had to put my game face on. I didn't fail the quest, but I was really unprepared for it, and the effect of feeling disconnected from yourself in that you're controlling someone else was very, very clear for me, because I've never played Final... Like, my first day in Final Fantasy XIV, I played Amikote on the free trial. But it's so long ago that I can hardly remember what I did that day. So for me, suddenly controlling a completely different character in that context was very, very, very powerful. And I did not like it. I really did not like that quest because of that. I really did not like that. There's also multiple other times, but the specific one that I remember was when I played, when I got to Ultima Thule, I did notice that the music like built on itself as you got further, but it really hit me when the singing started. When you just saw like the last of your friends sacrifice themselves. That part where you're going up the stairs and all those memories are playing back with that music. It was also, I think I had played until like 5 in the morning or 6 in the morning, if not 7 in the morning, to get as far as I could. Which also meant that when the dungeon got presented, I was like, nope, I'll have to do it tomorrow. And then continued and finished the story the day after. Which also happens to be the way... also the way that I did Shadowbringers. I got to the Armored Zone, like and saw the zone with, you know it, my theme song, you could say, Neath Dark Waters. at like 3 in the middle of the night, there I did not cry. I was just so shocked that I had nothing to say. And then I got to the dungeon and had to continue the day after instead of doing it right then and there. Ultimate Soul's BGM made me cry instantly. Such a fitting composition for the end of the universe. Yes. I also... you may not have seen it. It depends on whether you saw that particular guide. I did use Ultima Thul's theme, Close in the Distance, for my ninja guide, the very last part of it. Because it was the last of the combat job guides. It's a very strong song emotionally. Have you seen the cover that Alex Mukala put out recently with 1,000 singers? That is amazing. Like, that was such an amazing feat. Yeah, exactly, the 1,000 people one. I saw when he did the original post about it. I considered participating, but I don't think I can sing well, so I let other people do it. But I did see it. And now that you see the final product, I regret a little bit that I chickened out. You're gonna make your own cover. That I think would be a terrible idea, Margoto. You seem like someone that can sing. Do you? I don't know. I like singing, but I don't think I could record something good. So I'll leave it to people that are good at singing. My highlight was Amrod and the standoff against Image Silk. Yeah, I think I think Image Silk is definitely the perfect, like, possibly the best villain I have had experience with in a game. He made Shadowbringers way better. Just the story of Shadowbringers were just made better by Image Silk. I'll also say that Endwalker, while the villain, you could say, is not quite as amazingly perfect as Image Silk was, the villain in Meteon and this, like, world-ending situation you're put in is perfect Final Fantasy XIV. Or perfect Final Fantasy, I should say. Most Final Fantasy stories, as far as I know, always end on something that is like world-ending like that. So, for the end of a decade-long story, it is perfect. Even if we, in that way, we can still say that Image Silk is also the perfect fit for the Shadowbringers story. I like singing in the shower. Outside of that, I don't want anyone to hear me. Sometimes, when I do like normal raids or alliance raids with friends in my free company, I might sing boss mechanics to my friends. instead of just telling them the boss mechanics coming up. Wouldn't that be funny? One day you open the most popular guide for the P9S, and and the person explaining the guide is singing it instead. Well, guys, I said, like, near the start of this entire run, I don't think we're gonna get the silence debuff twice in a minute. Now we did. if any one of you have like bingo cards, you can scratch that one off too. We've had 3 times double mimic and 1 times double silence. Anything else particularly unlucky you want me to experience? Maybe one day, Ralu. I just don't think I'm good at it. But it would be super funny to hear a boss explained in singing. Like... I think, like, we have started to see different variations, because we both see the... I'm not really feeling using the alteration right now. If it turns out it becomes a room full of mimics, I'm gonna regret it, so I'm just not gonna do it. But so far we've seen the common... Someone explains the boss mechanic for mechanic, and we have the someone explaining the boss fight in sequence. And we also have some guides where it's a 1 minute, extremely well edited guide on one specific key mechanic on a boss, on a specific savage boss and things like that. And all of those options are good. I think the biggest advantage in having a guide that is a song is that you might be much more likely to recall exactly what the guide said if the song is good. Imagine that. Then you make then the really hard part is, do you then make the song long enough to match the length of the boss fight? Do you, or do you not? Do you make a unique song, or do you use the background music from the boss room? I sang in high school as a part of a choir. Best and worst decision ever. Is it? Didn't it make you better at singing? I'm sure, like, if you sang in a choir, you're probably a lot better at singing than I am. Just by virtue of having practiced in a, you could say, professional setting, I would say. As long as we're entertained, it's a success. Yes, that is true. That's also an option, that that maybe it's not the best boss guide, but it's funny. So people decide to make use of it in some capacity just because it's funny. I joined because I needed credits, made some great friends, and also learned I hate being stared at on stage. Oh, also the instructor gave me so many solos, I hated that all. Your instructor probably gave you so many solos because you were good. Try and think about it like that. I have a friend when I went to university. One of the smartest guys I've ever met also happened to be in a choir, and he didn't need to. He had enough money that like he was gonna be fine. But let's just say that he was studying at university and also had a VR headset. My favorite mount is the Rubica Bungle mount that I use in pretty much all the time in my videos that I record me on a mount. I use the Rubica Bungle because it's my favorite mount. When I'm using mounts, the only mount that I sometimes will bring out are for like practicality, meaning that I have the Lunar Whale because 8-seater is really convenient for certain content. I call it the school bus. It's at least a school bus when I'm driving it. My favorite minion. That's a good question. I don't use I don't use the minion slot that much. The most of the time I use a minion. It's often for the pillow you can put on the floor. When we finish this set, maybe we'll take a little look at my minion collection, and then maybe I can figure out which one I like the most. Floor 69. We're almost at the next boss. So then it gets very interesting whether that one is gonna beat me. Oh, that was really fast. Well, I'm just still saying, Makoto, that I'm pretty sure that your instructor really thought you were great at it if they insisted on giving you solos, even though you hated it. They wanted you to wanted to try and make you see that you're great. See, I have seen your question, Marcus. I'm just gonna focus on this boss fight. It's a little harder because it has some positioning mechanics that are important to respect. Oh. Just want to see how long I can get away with staying in this form, that we can get the most out of the bone stacks. I think this is where we say stop. Come on, thank you. We don't want to stand. If this enemy stands in the water it has summoned, it gets a very, very, very large speed attack speed boost, so you don't want it to get that opportunity. Oh, we have the vulnerability buff is a little bit. Maybe it'll actually run out. Almost. Throw yourself over the finish line. There we are. Are you okay with the online store? It's always so weird seeing the difference. In WoW you're shunned for buying stuff, but in Final Fantasy XIV, at least on Japanese, it seems like every other person buys stuff. So I feel I don't like that there is, like, in my personal opinion, is that a game that you pay a monthly subscription for shouldn't need an online store. But the fact that that a lot of cool outfits and mounts and everything like that despite the store existing, a large majority of cool things in the game are put in the game, and then occasionally they put something in the store. That makes it more acceptable. The reason why it is so hated in World of Warcraft is because, just to take a somewhat recent example, a new raid tier came out. I can't remember what it was called. I think it was the last one. They finally re-implemented sets, like class sets, that gave you set bonuses and stuff, and each set was of course visually distinct for each class. A little bit, because they had a very specific theme going. Now, the problem was that the raid tier was released at the same time as a new outfit in the store that happened to be almost exactly the same outfit, except it had like 30 times more spell effects and fancy stuff. Like, it was like, oh yeah, the raid tier gives you the same outfit, like the poor man's version of the same outfit, while the store had the cool version. That's the big issue why World of Warcraft gets such a bad rap for it. There's also the part where World of Warcraft Classic was released with the specific intention that it was not gonna have store. It was not gonna have it because Classic, the original World of Warcraft Vanilla, didn't have a store, so it wouldn't have it. The original TBC didn't come with a deluxe edition that came with a mount, but TBC Classic did, and that is when it reached a boiling point. Like, I can say that I don't mind people buying the stuff in the Final Fantasy XIV store. I think that it shouldn't be there. I genuinely think it shouldn't be there. But it's fine because the game is excellent, and it feels like the game doesn't suffer from the store existing. A funny thought experiment we had last week on stream was, what if a Fantasia cost like, I don't know, 500,000 gil instead of being a store item? I think the conclusion we came up with was that if Fantasia just cost gil, it would probably be an incredibly good sync. Oh yeah, EVE Online has like, it's like a currency that you can trade for the in-game currency or something like that, right? Yeah, that's also a problem that can very quickly arise from the right intentions, making it possible to buy game time or like store currency for the in-game currency of a game. Like for instance the World of Warcraft token or Plex, as Noob Dragoon here suggests. That ties a real value to the in-game currency, which can quickly blow out of proportion if the game creators don't have a very clear grasp on economics. I believe EVE Online has a huge economics department dedicated to make sure these things work right. I don't believe World of Warcraft has that. I think most MMOs don't have that. But my suggestion when we were talking about tying Guild to Fantasia was, of course, instead of having it in the store for real money, it was sold by an NPC for Guild, and you couldn't trade it. It was just there, 500,000 Guild each. Essentially making it a funnel to remove money from the system, a bit like how housing is. When you buy a house, removes 3 million from circulation. Buy a medium house, boom, 20 million. Buy a large house, boom, like 50 million, I think. They really should have some economy designers, right? I just think that I don't know, but you get the impression that some of these really big game companies wouldn't want to invest the money in getting economy designers for what they see as, you know, a game. Because those that have the ability to make the decisions sometimes don't know what is best for a game. And that, of course, applies differently for each individual company. I hope the company that you work in, Noob Dragoon, is one of the good ones, because I do know that the game industry has had it bad for a long time. And oh yeah, so let's see. Ralu asked, did you buy the new outfit in the shop? I've seen a lot of Balmung players using it. No, I have not bought it. Didn't really stand out as something I would use. I do have some outfits from the store. I have, for instance, the Ruby Carbuncle outfit. Let's see if I can find, if I have it on my list here. Yeah, here it is. And I also have the female collegiate outfit, which I have used part of for the pants part, the skirt, on low level guides, because the brand new pants are problematic sometimes visually. And Leon says, I want to dress up my Barbie and I won't let anyone tell me differently. Go for it. Do exactly what you want. Like, that's what I do. I dress my character exactly like how I like it. And I don't blame anyone for buying outfits off the store. I don't blame anyone for buying mounts off the store. I think the part where it gets a little iffy is when people buy large amounts of pure white, or is it called jet black? Jet black and pure white dyes off the store. There, I think people should just try to earn the guild to get it in game somehow. I think that's where I think we're crossing a line. Economy designers a pretty common position. Even mobile games employ them. Okay. Well, that is reassuring. I hope that is as common as you suggest. It's just sometimes you see games where it feels like there hasn't been a lot of thought put into the economy of the game. But that can also be hard to tell as just a player or someone that isn't even playing and just hear about it. And sometimes something unexpected happens. And you can even do everything right, and then it just so happens that it didn't work out like you had intended or had hoped. But that's really interesting. Thank you for sharing, Noob Dragoon. I don't feel really good about calling you that, but that is your name. You know, Makoto, I reached max level in Shadowbringers with multiple jobs before I sat down and thought, so this glamour plate feature, how does that work exactly? This outfit was the only outfit I made in Stormblood. Otherwise, I pretty much just used whatever my character happened to be wearing. But nah, that's good. That's fine. And even so, the glasses weren't part of that outfit in Stormblood. I only figured out that those glasses existed at some point in the middle of Shadowbringers. Yeah, exactly. Glamour plates or glamour or fashion is the end game, right? For some people, I know that savage rating is just as much an important part. And you have to keep in mind that if you want the dyeable version of the raid gear from the normal raid, you need the savage version. So, in some capacity, you're forced to do savage rating for fashion if you want that outfit. Oh! I forgot. We were supposed to be talking about minions. You asked, what's my favorite minion? It's a really good question. I have a pretty large amount of minions. But most of them is just because, you know, I found it. So I just grab it. I think like many of these minions I put favorite because they're nice or they mean something to me. But the first minion that I saw and was a little jealous that someone else had and I didn't was the owlet. Oh, I can't summon it here, I'll just go outside. And the first time I saw the owlet was when one of my best friends had one. And it's not that the outlet is expensive or difficult to get. It's not about that. The reason why I was jealous was because I wanted to earn it, like get it without just buying it. And I didn't have it. And the best part is that you can park it on your shoulder. Even though Aura shoulders are not very large. Sometimes I think maybe minions should park on Aura's heads, just like they do for Lalafels. That would work better sometimes. I can't remember. You might be right, Mackerel. It might, it might have been gifted to me. It likely was gifted to me. But the thing is, and I prize gifts way more than something that I've earned myself almost. And sometimes it can be hard to remember which things you got from who. I do know that Mackerel gave me this one. That I know for a fact. That was something that Mackerel gave me. Well, that's awesome, Mackerel. I appreciate it, and I'm really happy that I have the outlet. And I'm sorry that I didn't credit you then. I'm very sorry. But it like I really appreciate things more that have like gifts more than things you earn yourself. Case in point, both the Ruby Carbuncle mount and the outfit is something I've been gifted by friends. So I prize them even more because of that. The outfit that I've used for all of my tank jobs, and so also my tank guides, was partly put together by a really close friend. So I prize like the design of the outfit because someone else made it, like came up with the idea. Oh, do we have? Oh, we have more horde. Let's see what we've gotten. The reason why I was unsure, Mackerel, is because I believe you can get the outlet from Palace of the Dead treasures. I think you can, and I know you can get it somewhere from. There's a chance to get them from the minion boxes from the Grand Company. So there was a genuine possibility that someone else gave it to me, or I randomly got it myself. All I remembered is that I got it and was so happy that I got it. So let's do a little bit more. Let's see if we can get a little bit further. Oh, intuition. That's a really good time to get intuition. It's the largest chance that we'll find more horde. Ah, yes. That's a really good song. Lo-fi to study to. Or something like that. Instead of me just exploring the whole floor, let's see if we can find the exit. So do you guys have some favorite minions? I would like to know. I would imagine that some people would, that a lot of people would say Alpha, you know, the little chocobo. Brave New World Istola. Sadly from the store because you don't have it, or is it just because you wish it wasn't purchased, it wasn't bought for money? Oh, well, well, I mean, I'm not sure what it looks like. I'll have to look it up. Ah. Stola in her Shadowbringers outfit. Yeah, okay. Well, I think it's nice. I like having the small character minions like that. It's really funny to have them as like small references. But I don't really use them much. Mostly just to be like be funny or silly. Do you also have the Stola outfit? Oh, I would guess that it is not unisex, but I'm not 100% sure. If you want to have it, I would say go and check, because in the past months they have had patches where they, I believe it was in the 6.1 patch, they added like a really long list of outfits to be unisex, like an extremely long list. Not everything, but a lot of things. So maybe you're right. You had a... Was it a male hero? Ah, right, yeah, Midlander. But that's nice that you like the like Istola. I know that she's very popular. Do anyone else have some favorite minions they would like to share? Oh, I want the bronze chest. I want it. I want it. Ah, dang it. We need to discover some more of the floor to get on to the next one. Palace Wolf. It's really funny how, when you really pay attention, how unique each enemy is in Palace of the Dead, even though most of the enemies just get run over like this. These Palace Wolves, that Sanguine Bite that they use, is like a small tank buster, but it also heals the wolf. It's such a random detail when you consider that most of the enemies just get run over in an instant. Oh, wait a minute, the Horde is on this floor. And of course the Horde is in the one room I haven't checked. Two pieces of Horde. Okay, Makoto. Enjoy, and thank you for coming, for passing through. Ronald says, you got a harem in this game? Do you mean like the player character has? Or are you asking me? No. No, I don't. No, I don't. I have some good friends. I don't think they count. That's a really funny question. I mean, I know that I sometimes hang out in Limsa, but it's not like that. That was actually when someone that had watched my channel, subscriber, that saw me in Wolf's Den Pier. And they said that it was a good idea to maybe hang out in zones where people had a chance of seeing me a little more. Because most of the time when I am not like doing something actively in the game, I would just place myself at my house or my free company's house, which is definitely the best place to put your character if you don't want people to see you. And I don't mind. I don't mind people coming up to me and you know, talking with me just because they recognize me from my channel. That is totally fine. I know some people wouldn't find it super fun, especially if they have a if they have a lot of fans or subscribers. It might be a little difficult to get things done if people keep like interrupting you or asking you things. But I don't mind it. I can get to everyone, so I don't mind. So for that reason, I place myself in Limsa. Oh, good morning, Sussex. How are you? I guess you slept through the entirety of most of the stream so far. So, most of the stream we've just been doing Palace of the Dead in a solo run from the very start, and there were a few people that were here in the first like 20 minutes of the stream that had the opportunity to vote on which job I was gonna go as. And it was a vote between Paladin, Sage, Summoner, and Reaper. And Summoner got 2 votes, and Sage and Reaper got 1 each. So it ultimately meant that we were going as Summoner. And that's why we're doing Summoner. And so far, it seems to have been a good choice. Oh wow. Would Reaper be hard with no sustain? It would probably be really problematic on very specific kinds of floors. Like the auto heal disabled floors. Because you wouldn't be able to like recover easily. But aside from that, I would say that Reaper has more self-sustain than Summoner, because you both have Second Wind and Bloodbath. But my expectation was that Reaper would be easier because they have really heavily front-loaded damage, but ultimately it seems like Summoner has also very heavily front-loaded damage. So as we've progressed, it feels like it has gotten easier rather than harder. It's getting a little harder now, as the enemies are slowly catching up to us in power level. But I don't think Reaper would be especially difficult. The hardest part, I think, would be more the fact that it's a melee job rather than that it is a like a DPS job, so that it doesn't have any self-sustain, or it has limited self-sustain, I should say. Oh, intuition. Let's get that. Maybe we can get 3 hordes in a single set. So, Sissix, have you done Palace of the Dead before? Fortune. Yes. And a potsherd. I have, but I do the typical spam. Oops, spamming 51 to 60 for leveling occasionally. I don't know if it's super helpful otherwise. I think pretty much everyone that has been on the stream today has done the same thing with Palace of the Dead. Mostly just the first 50 floors, or used it for leveling. I would say if it's useful or helpful otherwise. We had a Ghost Howler that was here earlier that asked how good it was for leveling, or if there were other options that were better. And my opinion on using Palace of the Dead for leveling is that it's decent because the queue time isn't that long, but you don't get to learn very much about how your job works. So, like, if it's a job you want to learn and master, you're gonna have a really hard time getting used to how the job really plays once you move out of Palace of the Dead. And because Palace of the Dead doesn't require gear, you will also find that even if you wanted to do other content, you possibly can't, because then you would have to purchase gear. But yeah, the most common way most people interact with Palace of the Dead is the the 51 to 60. In terms of what it's useful for, it doesn't really have any uses, like useful ways to be applied. Other than using it as a leveling option. And as Noob Dragoon says, it's also a decent way to demo a job at level 60. That's true. I haven't actually thought about that. If you want to see how the buttons of a job works at level 60, you can use Palace of the Dead for that. The main draw of Palace of the Dead is actually entirely based on Palace of the Dead itself. Like, one of the draws of doing Palace of the Dead is that there's a title to be had for doing the 200 floors. And there are some like mounts and minions that some people might want. Yeah. But as you say, usefulness, there isn't really much. That's also probably the main reason why I haven't gotten to floor 200, because there isn't that much of an incentive to do it. My main incentive to do Palace of the Dead has genuinely just been, well, it's a little fun, which is also why we're doing it today, because it's a little fun. And I also think, in some capacity, Palace of the Dead is more entertaining to watch than do. At least for some people. Thank you, Maha. I don't know the rankings. Oh wow, we're already at 80. I didn't even realize. We have intuition for nothing. Dang it. I remember this fight can be hard. Well, let's get the buffs. I don't want to use Lust. Right. Let's see if I can do it. He's really strong. Oh no, I shouldn't have done that. That might come back to bite me. Ah! Yeah, that was really good. That was a good placement. No. I don't want you to go away from me. Putana. If that even is your real name. If I remember correctly, it has a really mean DPS check right here at the end. Yeah, the ecliptic meteor with nothing to hide behind. The first time I went really deep into Palace of the Dead, I did it with a friend, so we did it as 2 players. And we wiped on floor 180, where you meet the same boss as like a rerun, but he's just way stronger. Like, way stronger. And we wiped because we didn't see that ecliptic meteor mechanic coming. It does so much damage. It doesn't kill you outright, but it does so much damage. So that if you can't heal up fully before he hits again, then you're out. And he casts it repeatedly until you beat him, when he's at a certain health threshold. How are the rankings of the different jobs actually? Well, at a very quick glance at the scoreboard, just from my data center, it seems like Summoner has more clears than Paladin. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's easier, but it does mean that Summoner isn't bad. Well, I think that getting to floor 81 is a really good checkpoint to reach, because it's like one of the probably the first like big check, because that ecliptic meteor can quickly end a run. So I think that's all of the Palace of the Dead I'm going to do today. So, if there's any big lingering questions that you had earlier that you didn't want to ask me because you thought I was really busy, there's plenty of time. Did I lose you all in the battle to Gudana? Got hit by Charybdis. Well, I know this is a bit much sooner than last week, but I think I think this is a good time to like round off the stream. That's why I'm coming leading up to the, if there's any like questions, because I would love to answer a few questions if you have any, or anything you would like to talk about, just to unwind before I close the stream. Thank you so much, Green Yoshi. That makes me really happy. A little teaser, a little early teaser is that next week is fishing guide. Ooh, surprise. Thank you, Noob Dragoon. That's awesome. That's really great to hear. Thank you so much. Have you played for a long time? Like, how far are you? Most of the way through Stormblood. Yeah, that's the best way to do it. Most of the time when people just go completely focused on the main story and just try to get through it as quickly as possible to reach the end game, they I don't think they reach the end game. It's often that it just burns you out too hard and you end up focusing more on clearing the game than enjoying the story. So I think it's a really good idea to take it slow. It also gives you an opportunity to explore some of all the other options in the game, like Palace of the Dead. That's really great. Well, in that case, if there's no other questions or things people wanted to maybe talk a little bit about, then that's probably the about time to end the stream. And thank you all guys. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in and hanging out with me. That makes it a lot more fun. To have a stream. I have tried some years ago streaming with no one participating. That's really hard. Really hard. Right. But yeah. Yeah, I don't have like a fancy outro thing for my stream or anything, so I'll pretty much just cut the stream and then it's over just like that. So thank you guys so much, and thank you, Green Yoshi. See you next week. And good morning and good night, depending on where you are in the world.